love working with a team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied. To step away from real life and focus on Frisbee.
I play because I love Ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 It's Bracket Sunday here at the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships Division 1. We got an open quarterfinal matchup for you between the McGill Ultimate team out of McGill University and the Manitoba Bisons out of the University of Manitoba. Theo Wan here with Thomas Stanton bringing you the action. Before we begin, we want to acknowledge that we're broadcasting from Brampton, Ontario, who recognizes the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the broader Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat nations. We also want to acknowledge some of our sponsors, Be Ultimate and Discraft. Discraft, the disc that we use for this great game. Thomas, speaking of this great game, we got two teams, different paths to get here. McGill riding a bit of a high, Manitoba riding some heartbreak yesterday.
Yeah, no, we got to see McGill on the stream yesterday, and I got to see some of their other games yesterday. Very tough fought games, but they took command yesterday and had a very great day one. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see many of the Manitoba games, but I heard they didn't have as great of a day one, so looking to have a great bounce back day two in the very important bracket here.
The nature of this tournament, 8 teams, you got to qualify to get here either on Friday or tournaments before that. And for Manitoba, you go 0-3, but you can right all those wrongs by getting the W here today and book yourself in the semifinals. That's what you could do. So we'll try to keep an eye out. We got some people with boots on the ground, fellow commentators. I'll try to update us with some scores during the game of other quarterfinals happening. But we'll turn our attention to this contest. Looking like McGill in the white jerseys going left to right on your screen will be starting out on offense. In this same side of the bracket awaits the winner of Queens and Toronto. So Queens, they went 2-1, defending champs. And they took a loss to Victoria yesterday. So Victoria pretty strong on the other side. As Thomas looked at me shocked, he couldn't believe it because Queens is a strong team. But let's turn our attention to this game. Disc in the hands of Nathan Wu. Nathan Wu going to be a quarterbacking handler for this team. Former TCU 20 player. Going to have to navigate this Manitoba zone. And Thomas, you were here yesterday. The wind was a lot different than it is today.
Yeah, it started off the day very, very calm. As the day picked up, especially on this live stream field, we had a crosswind going from our side to where you can see all the players on the far side of the field. So it started off the day with a lot of person-to-person coverage and then transitioned to a lot more zone.
That's what we're currently seeing right now. McGill finding Nathan Wu. Nathan's brother Dylan also on this team. You'll see him out on the offensive line as well. Dylan wearing the 13 jersey. Manitoba, they got a couple D-lines they'll rotate through. They got Cooper Pollard on the mark. Another Team Canada player as McGill trying to get out on the run. Now just in the hands of Emmett Andrews. You hear the melt called, signifying that Manitoba going into person defense here. That's Tim Friesen, a rookie on this team, coming out for grad school from UVic. So west coast of the east coast for Friesen. End zone set here from McGill. Nice shifty moves. That's Nathan Wu's bread and butter right there in the end zone set. Finding Friesen. Moving backwards but maintaining possession is McGill, and they'll go around. Dylan Wu finding Kai O'Donnell for the first hold of this game.
And you love to see nice and early all the energy coming from both sides. McGill have been known for bringing that energy after points, especially when they score. But it was great flow, great movement, and great patience throughout that whole point, and now great energy from the sideline as well.
So now first chance to look at this Manitoba offensive line. Couple general strike players, the top team out of that Winnipeg area, been a strong team throughout their tenure. They actually won a title on this field a few years ago, General Strike did. Called that game. Nick McFadden, I believe, was on that team. He's going to be a big part of this offense. And just a big part of this heart and soul of this team as a captain. So watch out for number 67. The Manitoba jersey inspired, I believe, by the San Diego Padres, if you look at their white jerseys especially. So every team's got their own unique form of swag. Have you noticed that, Thomas? There's a lot of different swag going on.
For sure. Each team has their own style. Sometimes try to keep the same style to keep the history. But a few teams starting to switch it up. I'm seeing a lot more jerseys with pinstripes now.
That wasn't a thing before, but now it's it's in.
Yeah, it seems to be the new theme.
Yeah, McFadden was the Huckney 2022 Player of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year. Also was the MVP of this tournament when they won a title just 2 years ago. Yonkman, the lefty, finding Jack Murray. Murray, another captain on this team, trying to find his fellow leader in McFadden. So a strict vertical stack look here from Manitoba. Little switch on the handler set, but Manitoba continuing to move here. McFadden looking into the end zone. That's a nice throw, finding Ian Yonkman for the score.
I'm not sure if it was by design or not, but the Manitoba line, they had their vertical stack fairly close to the handlers, which made it seem very clogged in that tight area where the disc was. But I'm not sure if it was by design to open up more deep options, because it ended up getting into power position with McFadden, putting out a nice flick, leading his receiver there into the end zone.
So, hey, we got 2 points so far. 2 clean holds. That's the way we like it. Which team is going to kind of get some defensive pressure? Because we've seen so far both teams kind of relatively untested early, but of course it's just the first 2 points.
Yeah, early on in the game, both teams are trying to feel each other out, and who knows, maybe we'll see different defensive sets from either team going forward, trying to switch things up to see what may possibly work against the opposing team's offense.
And of course, if you're joining us, there's going to be more coverage to come. We got a women's semifinal coming at you in the next time slot. Ottawa versus McMaster, a rivalry that's brewing the last few years. You can tune into that on this same channel. This will be your home all day. Got finals coming for you as well. Aiden McGibbon now zipping that forward, finding Kai O'Donnell. 2 West Coast players linking up so far. O'Donnell, a rookie last season, had a great start to his year. Got experience in the U.S. series as well. And this is something unique for a team like McGill, where they get to play in the U.S. series. It's not something a lot of teams get to experience. So we're hoping that allows them to bring some of that experience forward.
Yeah, it's a great experience to go down to the U.S. series, and a lot more college teams or university teams here are considering doing that now. So it's great to see from the Canadian side.
Saw Ottawa make it in the Metro East region, so Dylan was looking for his brother, but instead goes reset to Friesen. Friesen's throw is taken away by Zaid Siddiqui. And that's the first turnover of this game. Manitoba gonna have a chance to power it out on their defensive line, Isaac Peterson now. Isaac and Riley both on this team. You see on their jerseys, they got their initials in front of it. You know, you can't mix up the brothers.
No, and both sides actually have a pair of brothers. We got the Wu brothers, we got the Kalinsky brothers for McGill side,
yes,
and then the Peterson brothers on the Manitoba side.
Family affair, it seems like. You know, if your brother or sister plays, you're probably going to play too. Siddiqui needs a reset. Nice inside shot. That really opens up a lot of throwing windows once you hit that. But Friesen's going to get a supposed block, but there's going to be a call from Cooper Pollitt. So early on, this is going to be a critical call for Team Orange, as if they're asked to kind of rule here. Crystal Koo and Alex Tacone, your Team Orange for this game.
And Friesen trying his best effort to get that throwaway back. Earlier had a little bit of a casual throw, which led to the turnover. So trying to throw his body out on the line to get this block back for his team.
Now this is where we need the mic'd up observers. We want to hear what Alex Tacone is saying right now, because the players having some discussion. And of course, it's early in the contest. We've remarked that already, but a call like this, that momentum switch, can really impact things later on.
Oh, for sure. Early on in the game, getting this break point for Manitoba would be a huge momentum factor for them.
Especially when you go 0-3. They lost their 3 games by a combined 4 points, so it's not like they were blown out. McGill did the blowing out, actually, conversely, because they won 12-6. So Manitoba was there throughout yesterday. They just got to put it together in a full game today. And that throw is out of bounds. I'm not saying what some of the audience is going to be saying with that turnover, so I'm just going to leave it there, Thomas. I think you know what I want to say.
I believe so.
McGibbon now finds O'Donnell. You're going to hear O'Donnell's name a lot in this contest. Evan Andrews, rookie on this team, going around to Friesen. So a couple of first-year players on the squad making impact right away on the O-line, getting a lot of touches. Nathan Wu, so shifty with his fakes on his throws. Really moving the mark there. Going around looking for Friesen. Friesen's going to extend for the score. Nice show of spirit as well, high-fiving Cooper Pollitt. But Evan Andrews gets the assist.
Friesen making up for the mistake earlier. Great layout save to get the goal while towing it in. Great play from Friesen the first year out of McGill.
Yeah, first year in status here, but definitely not, it's funny when you say first year player, we often think maybe a rookie to this team, but definitely not a rookie to the sport, and you're seeing that experience come out. People go to grad school or things like that, or transfers, those kind of things, but you like to see people who are in their first time with this team make an impact right away. We're seeing that right now.
For sure. You see that O-line especially, they have a lot of first-year players on that O-line contributing a lot. Kai O'Donnell being one of their main cutters. You see Friesen there handling a lot with some of the veterans on the line like Wu and some others there as well. So it's great to see that mix of veteran and rookie talent for that squad.
And this McGill team, they made it all the way to the game to go in the New England, very competitive New England region. Of course, that region had the eventual champions in Brownie in Motion. You got Tufts out there, you got Vermont, and a lot of teams that McGill had to vie through, and they were in the game to go with a lot of the players that you see on the field right now, so a lot of experience for them as an offside's called. Right here is going to walk it up now for Manitoba. McGill going to go with a zone look of their own here. Both teams emptying out the toolkit a little early, trying to fluster some of these offenses, especially when there were first 2 clean holds to start the game.
Yeah, you saw the 2 clean holds early on, and then Manitoba being able to generate a block, so hopefully McGill can generate some defensive pressure too.
Murray out on the move with this Bison side, working with Riley Peterson. Yonkman had McFadden going up the line. We'll hold on to it for now, and he had Raichura poached behind him, but instead tried to force the throw to Neufeld. And one turnover deserves another because now Manitoba turns it over on their offensive point. Verland now, Jaden Verland has his throw denied by a bidding Riley Peterson. Both teams playing very physical early. You expect it in a quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, in a tight matchup, fighting for their place to get to the finals.
And Miles Raichura goes horizontal for the grab. McFadden leading him in space. And that's a second assist for 67 and the first goal for Raichura.
Saw some great layouts on that point.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, started with Riley Peterson, a great layout block, maybe a little bit of contact in there, but kept it fairly clean overall. And then Raichura with a great layout grab at the end to save that goal to keep his team all tied up here.
The thing with kind of the wind and the game the way it is, we'll see as the game goes on, but you might not get all these break opportunities. So a short field turnover for McGill. Manitoba punishes it right away. They score right on the ensuing throw.
Yeah, very very quick after that turnover in the red zone to just punch it in right away. Not taking too many passes, not letting the defense set.
And often, Thomas, you're a player. You've seen this, where teams will give up a turn on O and they kind of hang their heads, and that's when the defense can really counterattack.
Yeah, for sure. If you can really catch some people lacking while they're hanging their heads down a little depressed, so maybe a fast turnover or after a turnover, a fast option to try to get a goal is a great attack for a defensive set.
Offside's called again, so both teams, I believe that's coming from the pulling side. And McGill's going to get an opportunity to take it from the brick. You heard the players on the McGill side saying don't catch the disc because you want to advance it up, get some more yards here. Nathan Wu now in the middle. I like the Manitoba sideline trying to generate some pressure with their noise. Andrews now. Needs a reset. High stall. Finds O'Donnell. O'Donnell back to Nathan Wu. Friesen rocking the all whites right now. You know, we talk about style. That's a stylistic choice right there from 72.
With a little flash of red as well with the sun hoodie.
Yeah, not full all whites. I like that. You got the white cleats too, though. He's been really calm in the backfield space for them. And a big addition for this team, you can tell.
Yeah, Friesen and Wu have really been carrying the handler set for McGill a lot.
McGibbon evades a bidding attempt here from Manitoba. That was Cam Tramley trying to make a play. Andrews going to go around. O'Donnell tried to get up there. He can jump, but instead it's Dylan Kagan with the block.
Yeah, O'Donnell getting up high, but felt the pressure from the defense there, making him go up a little early.
Tramley now. Almost had his throw poach block, but Manitoba will keep possession. I think if you're Manitoba, you get that first break, you start to instill some of that belief. We've already seen the sideline energy be really loud. And this is a D-line I don't think we've seen yet. So they've run a D-line more with Cooper Pollard in the handler space, and now this is a secondary D-line. That's something they noted. They'll have kind of two D-lines they'll rotate through and kind of stick with their normal offensive line, which is pretty normal strategy.
Yeah, for sure. Keep your legs fresh throughout the whole day. But no, for sure, you'll definitely have those moments where you'll have to tighten things up, but being able to run two lines throughout a full tournament as much as you can is very beneficial for your full team.
That around throw, is it knocked by O'Donnell or just a turn? Either way, it's going to go back to McGill and a short field turnover. Nathan Wu inside shot to McGibbon. And McGibbon will follow things over to the intended target the first time around in O'Donnell.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what happened on that last Manitoba turnover, if it was a tipped hand block there from O'Donnell, or if it was just more of a trying to get that throw off quick and maybe a little bit lazy, not getting that full step out on the throw. One thing as a coach trying to get younger players to do is really try to get in that proper backhand stance and not having a half pivot while you're trying to throw. You'll step out a little further, but then you're also a little more stable when trying to get that throw off.
And also, we have to also say the fact that O'Donnell's a very long mark. So it's some of it is you need to step out, and the second part is you need to step out even more when you're going up against someone like O'Donnell.
For sure, with the long wingspan, being pretty tall himself, so he's a pretty big mark and pretty athletic as well. So not easy to break marks like that.
Zone look from this McGill side as Manitoba back out on offense. Yonkman going deep, and Rory McEwen has to kind of take a peek and take a look. McFadden with some good vision, and now they're going to be out on the run, 2-on-1 style until the defense catches up. See that quick movement from Manitoba. Raichur is just a rookie on this team, and we've already said it, not a rookie in the sport, but you can really see the calmness of him in the handler space. And as I say that throw was batted up, but caught. And I believe we're on our stat sheet, we're going to give it to Zach Neufeld. Neufeld threw the disc after, but he was in. So Raichura, you're going to get the assist, and Neufeld, you're going to get the goal.
I'll take that. I mean, it was a great save from Neufeld after a tipped disc in the end zone. But just to be safe, threw it into the next player in case he wasn't in. But great save from Neufeld there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's how Coach Devin Cohen, Devin Cohen drew it up. He was the CUC MVP back in 2022 when they won this title against Alberta Flatball Club or Alberta Flatball Club Rumble on this exact field. So certainly that's not how he wanted that to look, but 3-3 the scoreline here as we thank you for joining us. We have more coverage coming all day. So grab a hot beverage. It's a little cold here. It's going to warm up to about, I think, 20 degrees out in Brampton. So it's going to be nice and sunny later on. Right now, players a little bit huddled in. Not sure if we can see the McGill side right now, but I like on the offensive line, they like to hold their arms together, signifying they're ready. I like that.
Yeah, good show of unity for that McGill side. They're really in it together no matter what.
To quote a great movie, High School Musical, we're all in this together. So that's what McGill is saying right now. O'Donnell just makes catching look easy. You can throw it way high and he's still going to get it.
He makes receptions easy in general.
Yes.
High, getting open for his cutter, any option.
So right now for Manitoba, see, this is kind of the first D-line we saw with Isaac Peterson out here. Max Howes, Siddiqui, who got the block earlier. And Cooper Pollitt kind of quarterbacking once they get a turn. So there's always different strategies with that, right? Do you stack one D-line over the other? Do you kind of make them even and make them both able to get breaks? So every coach has a different decision to make with that.
Yeah, it's a hard decision to make. Depends on truly the pieces you have on your team. If you have the strength for handling for both lines kind of thing, if you have to split that up or if you can kind of stack one more than the other. Same for cutting, but it all depends on your assets on your team.
Dylan looking for Nathan, his brother, but that throw just gonna hit the turf. I don't think that was touched at all. So the last few offensive points now for McGill after the clean hold, they've had a turnover.
Yeah, Dylan looked like he put a little bit of an OI edge, and then the wind just ended up pushing that down into the turf, unfortunately.
Max Howes now. Where's the firepower going to come from with their D-line? We know it's probably going to come from Pollitt. But who else here? Nihal Daya now with it. Played for PBHG this past summer. Their mixed team. Looking into the end zone for Max Howes. I don't even know if that throw was ever in. And it looks like it was not.
Yeah, Isaac Peterson doing a great job chewing up unders throughout that whole point for that D-line. But unfortunately, just a little bit too much of an OI edge. And it just sailed out of bounds and couldn't stay back in for their receiver.
We've seen a couple throws now dying down, and we're seeing the effects, a little bit of that wind. The wind is not as strong as traditional Brampton winds, let's be honest with the audience, because we're not in parkas and toques, and some people might have gloves on, but it's definitely going to warm up, whereas in the past it's been real windy out here.
Oh, for sure. The weather right now would probably have been a maximum the high for what previous years have been, but this year is definitely a blessing for all of us playing and on the sideline.
I mean, you see players in long sleeves, or in some cases, in Kai O'Donnell's case, short sleeve and shorts. That doesn't happen normally at this time of year, so we thank you for the weather. A stoppage here.
Seems to just be a debate of where the offensive player ran out of bounds and where they should be coming back inbounds to tap it back in.
Howes coming through with the block, but a foul will be called. We don't have the benefit of replay here, Thomas, but from what I could see from my vantage point, I did not see a foul. What did you see?
Yeah, it looked like Howe had a nice inside lane on that layout. Didn't seem like there was much contact, if any, and it seemed like he smacked that disc down at least before the rotation would have been stopped. Maybe it could have been in Nathan Wu's hands, but I don't think that Nathan would have stopped the rotation there, but it looks like it would have been an upheld foul call.
House is going to go off the field. Let's see who they bring in his stead. It's going to be Cam Tramley. Surprised they're not bringing in maybe an offensive player like a McFadden or Murray, but they're going to stick more with their defensive line right now and stick to that strategy?
Maybe just bringing in the matchup specifically for Nathan Wu being one of their main handlers as well.
That's a good point. Got to stop that. Instead, it's going to be Dylan Wu looking for his target, but is swatted down. That was Emmett Andrews, the intended target. Cooper Pollitt will be registered with a block there.
Yeah, Andrews was wide open due to a pick in the stack that stopped other people from playing, but Pollitt kept on and got the block.
Ewan Mitchell, member of Team Manitoba, one of the rookies that's come up from the junior side, and they have a huge pipeline. Talked about that already, but a huge pipeline for this team on the Team Manitoba group. Tramley, who had just come in, fresh legs.
Tramley begging someone to go deep.
Yeah, Cutter's being very stagnant right now. No one really opening up a deep threat, as you're noticing.
Yeah, and this handler squad, except for that throw, have been pushed back most of this time.
And no deep cuts right now, content to work underneath. Mitchell again, very open, but it'll bounce off the chest, and often a case of looking for the next throw before you make the grab. But if you're Manitoba, that's going to hurt because you had multiple break chances here. This is the third possession for this point for McGill. And it'll be the third possession here for Manitoba off that turnover. Launching it deep. This is what we wanted to see earlier. Put the offensive line on their heels. Isaac Peterson, doorstep, timeout. This will allow me to ask Thomas a question. I know what some people think about this. I'm going to reserve my opinion until I hear yours.
Okay.
Timeout on the end zone line, you have numbers, potentially. Do you like the timeout, or do you want them to play through it?
It can depend on the situation a lot. I think specifically for this one, it's been a long point. Maybe some people need a breather. Let's get something set up and let's make sure we get this break. If it's your first possession after getting a D, maybe working it up, you have some numbers, maybe try to see if you can get something working. If not, just reset it and try to get a fresh stall count that way. But at the end of the day, with this long point, I think it was a good call from Peterson to make.
Yeah, I was going to say I wasn't a fan of the timeout, but now that you've given me some evidence otherwise, that it has been a 3 turnover point for at least McGill, 2 for Manitoba, you want to punch this in. This would be real, I will say, gut-wrenching, heartbreaking for Manitoba if they don't punch this in, because you use one of their 2 timeouts in the half. You have it as close as any D-line has had it so far in this game. No D-line has had it on the end zone line yet. So this would be real crushing right now if they don't get it. And look at their setup right now as well, Thomas.
Yeah, very interesting setup right now. Isolating one person just right into the end zone with Peterson right on the end zone line. I'm wondering if they're actually going to go straight away to Pollitt or if they're going to look for a bail to number 17, Tramley.
Yeah, there's 2 people there. And it's a drop, a flub. It's a floppy throw. It made it difficult. And so the timeout backfires, but then he gets it back with the block. Action happening all over the field. That was Daya. Oh, and this throw is not going to work out. It's going to go backwards. And so some of that momentum is going to be stunted. 4 turnovers apiece right now. But what action? We got to catch our breath up here, Thomas.
Yeah, that was a very fast, interesting start after that timeout. But McGill going out fast now.
Yeah, this is where you got to punish it if you're McGill. You got a nice block, and then you kind of generate a turnover there with not a great throw. I believe that was Isaac Peterson. That just backhand didn't have a chance off the release based on how the wind is and the edge of that disc.
Yeah, definitely under a lot of pressure, maybe a high stall count as well. But just with the angle of that throw, didn't give the receiver much hope to get that, unfortunately.
It can't be overstated. I know we've talked about it already, but this is one of those points where it really is kind of an Ultimate Canada or B Ultimate. I don't know if they have a sponsor for this, B Ultimate turning point of the game or something like that, but it is because you've had so many turnovers, you have a timeout. This is a real pinnacle point of this contest right now. Whoever gets it will have a lot of momentum.
Oh, for sure. Manitoba, if they were to get this break, and then be able to send this O-line back out, it would be a great win for them. McGill, I think at this point, they just need to punch it in so they can get some fresh legs out there back on defense, give their O-line a nice rest.
Inside shot. Nathan Wu finds Emmett Andrews. Emmett Andrews, part of Dark Star. So if people remember Dark Star making it to Nationals last year for the first time ever in their program's history, Emmett Andrews, member of that team.
The biggest thing that sucks, I think, right now is that after such a long point and a Manitoba side that forced a lot of blocks and worked it all the way down the field, the whole Manitoba side was very quiet after getting scored on there, as if like it was a universe point and they just lost. They seem very down right now, which I can understand. They were very close. It was a great point. They had chances, and they couldn't punch it in, unfortunately. But even after a great battle like that, having the O-line be out there for that long, it's a great thing for D-line. So they should really, at the end of the day, just be celebrating that and celebrating how long they got to get that O-line to run and work. So then maybe that next point, it'll be an easier break for them.
Using a boxing analogy, kind of like body blows, trying to wound your opponent here, and Manitoba's hoping for that. The thing I think would be most devastating would be for them and to attack is to score right away. If they get a quick throw hold, and that's why McGill may be coming out in zone here to prevent that. But then that really puts that McGill O-line right back on the field after having to play a very long point with 4 turnovers each.
Yeah, for sure. Even if they can just have a nice clean hold here from Manitoba, that would just be a nice faster point than that last one to try to get the McGill squad back out as soon as possible.
Grabbed by Neufeld to keep things alive. We see Sullivan Podorovsky here as there's an injury called first. We're going to acknowledge that. That's going to be Zach Neufeld coming off, rookie on this team. See who comes in replacement.
I believe it's Isaac Peterson.
Isaac Peterson, yeah. Strong player for them. Won a juniors title with Team Manitoba out on this field, actually, against the Clips. And you might have, or we haven't said McFadden's name on this point. There's a reason why.
Yeah, Podorovsky has been taxiing McFadden, trying to keep him out of this zone set as much as possible. You can see them both in the backfield right now. You can see McFadden just kind of relaxing a little bit more, letting his team go 6v6 against this zone.
Yeah, they recognize McFadden is stirring the drink here, so to speak, for Manitoba, so they're going to look for other people.
I will say I've seen this tactic used against Manitoba and specifically against McFadden in the past, and I have also seen it not work in the past. McFadden is a great player and he will get what he wants when he wants, so we'll just wait to see if he wants to get active here.
Right now it's Raichura running the offense, and a nice save there from Silas Neufeld. Manitoba, one thing you notice is a lot of tall players, Neufeld being one of them. Neufeld thought about going to Yonkman, but there was good coverage from McGill, so that was Sam Doomer there. And Raichura is going to find Jack Murray, so Raichura gets his second assist. And there's a clean hold that you wanted if you're a Manitoba fan in the crowd, because now you put the McGill O-line back out on the field. It wasn't, a 5-throw point necessarily, but you do make the McGill O-line come out a lot sooner than they would like.
Yeah, for sure. That last Manitoba line, that last Manitoba O-line, they had a long break after that last point for that McGill O-line, and now being able to send them on after 5-ish minutes of play, that's a pretty good thing to do to get this fresh leg defense out there to try to up the pressure on maybe a little more tired McGill O-line.
Yeah, this is their other D-line, so not the one led by Paulett. It's Tramley's line, looks like. Isaac Peterson also out on the field, so a couple strong players out there. Both teams trading to start this game. No breaks so far.
And now we're getting some more energy from the Manitoba sideline again. I'm loving to see it.
Yeah, they did this before, which was fun. Dylan Wu looking deep for O'Donnell. And just out of the reach. Big throw from Dylan Wu. That's something that Cohen had mentioned pre-game of what he's looking out for is trying to stop the Wu brothers and Kai O'Donnell specifically. So at least right there, a turnover coming from those two aforementioned players. It was a good look, just sailed a little too far.
Yeah, the Woos and O'Donnell have really been main pieces for this McGill side. And you're very surprised seeing that throw gets overthrown on a speedy player like Kai O'Donnell in the end zone.
Once again, their D-line not having a lot of deep looks right now, even though a couple tall players on the field.
McGill has been doing a good job, though, of switching to try to prevent more of those deep looks. A little bit, I guess you can say lazier defense, but also smarter defense.
Now, you don't need to run the whole way. There's a foul call downfield between Dylan Wu and Dylan Kagan. So that's what the fans came here to see. Dylan versus Dylan matchup. You mentioned the bracketing system. We see it a lot downfield, but then also in the handler space, McGill's been switching off rolling. And so as offensive players, you got to identify when the defense is rolling off of your give and go looks.
Yeah, for sure. During those switches, there's that split moment of being in the middle of two defenders. So trying to find those holes for your offensive players.
Another call.
Maybe a violation from the start, so it looks to be coming all the way back, or maybe even a travel. Yeah, travel call on Isaac Peterson.
And a drop there, good pressure from Dylan Wu through the turnover earlier. Cal was the one Manitoba was looking for. Friesen. Working give and go. But now it's in the hands of McGibbon. McGibbon finding Daniel 2. His brother Edward, a former player on this team, might be watching at home.
And right now it's looking like we have a violation call. Most likely a contact. And then the mark just didn't drop the count, unfortunately.
Daniel 2 finds Nathan Wu up line for Nathan's first goal of the game.
And a much nicer offensive point from this McGill side. Much cleaner point and much faster as well. Getting to send the D-line back out and then getting a little bit more of a rest, still maybe recovering after the long point a couple points ago.
Now, this half's been going pretty quickly. I know there's been some turnovers, only for at least McGill. They've only had that clean hold to begin the game. Manitoba, in contrast, has had 3 clean holds, including that last one, which might have not felt like a clean hold, because often when you think of a point being named that, it's usually like a 5-throw clean hold, but this one was like 20, 30 throws in the zone with McFadden being taxied. They were still able to deal with it.
Yeah, it was a very patient clean hold. They didn't need to rush anything. There's those clean holds that very quick, something maybe a blown coverage by the defense. But this one, the defense was locked in, but the offense was also locked in. Just very patient, swinging the disc around, taking what's given until they got a goal. But Podorovsky's back on this line, so maybe we'll see another taxi on McFadden.
McFadden now just received the disc. Was marked by Tynan Peterson, or is, as it's a straight person look here for Mutt. Aptly named the McGill Ultimate Team. Jack Murray now. Thought about the backhand working against Owen Kolinski. Very long mark of Kolinski, but the around is successfully made to McFadden. Great pressure from McEwen, forcing this high stall throw, but it's still going to be caught. Ian Yonkman
What a great grab over the bidding defender. I mean, that was a great layout bid. It looked like both hands were right there from the offense and the defense. I believe it was number 19 on the McGill side, Petit. But great effort on the defensive end trying to get that block.
So some score updates for the crowd at home out here, okay? So Ottawa is up 6-2 on Sherbrooke, 4-1 for Victoria over Guelph, and 5-3 for Queens in their battle with Toronto. Thank you, Kat Fortin, one of the members of this commentary team, with all the score updates. We appreciate that. Looks like some of those games a little bit further in terms of the distance between the teams, whereas this one, we got a barn burner here. Whoever asked for this game to be on the stream is a smart person, Thomas. I don't know who that was. You might be talking to him, but hey.
No, it's a great game to be watching right now. Although we have the 1 seed from one side of the bracket and the 4 seed on the other side of the bracket.
It doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't feel like it, and this 4 seed is a very strong 4 seed. They were very close games yesterday, and it's showing like that again in this game today. And we're seeing some key players being crossed over onto this D-line. We have Nick McFadden crossing over. We have Cooper Pollitt. We got both Peterson brothers on this line.
And McFadden drawing the O'Donnell matchup. So they're saying, hey, we need to make a switch. Almost a blown switch there. And now they're going to hit him. Pollitt in coverage against O'Donnell. And O'Donnell does not read the disc the way that he would have liked if he watches this film back. And Pollitt gets another block. I believe that's his second of the game.
Pollitt just sucking O'Donnell in, making him feel the presence, hear the footsteps around him. So making O'Donnell go up a little earlier than he should have maybe.
The winner of this game will play the winner of Queens and Toronto. Ottawa Sherbrooke on the other side with UVic and Guelph. A hand block from McGibbon is going to give McGill the disc back. And one turn deserves another.
Isaac Peterson getting a piece of that, blocking it right to Kagan.
Inside shot, finding Riley Peterson. Over to Kagan. Kagan has multiple players going deep and someone poached underneath. But instead a reset to McFadden. Inside shot of McFadden looking to get out on the go here. This is why he was MVP of this tournament 2 years ago. So calm with the disc right now. U24 open player over to Kagan. A fellow Team Canada player, you were telling me.
Yes, Kagan.
U20
Well, Kagan and McFadden both making the TCU20 back in 2020.
O'Donnell trying to make a play, but it's Max Howes going up strong, and Manitoba gets the first break of this game.
Great grab by Howe. Great pressure by O'Donnell there, but Howe just having the better positioning, coming right to him in the breadbasket, going up nice and strong for that hold, or for that break, sorry. Howes, sorry.
Max Howes making the play. Rocking the visor and making the grab in style. Playing for PBHG this past summer. There's a few of those players on this team. And by the body language of the two squads, I'm going to presume this is a timeout call from McGill. So we'll get confirmation from the observers, but a timeout on the field means a timeout for us unless, yeah, a timeout on the field means a timeout for us. Back here for some quarterfinal action. It was actually halftime, not a timeout. So Manitoba took half with that Max House grab. And so now they're going to start on offense. So they got a little bit of advantage now. This game is hard capped at 11:05 local time. So we thank those in Manitoba who got up a little bit early now. It's early morning for you, about 9:30. So hopefully you're enjoying your breakfast and watching your team have the lead right now. And they're going to have to keep the foot on the gas because McGill's hungry to try to make this comeback, going 3-0 yesterday. Theo on here with Thomas Stanton. And Thomas, we saw great chances for both teams, but Manitoba the only one able to cash in so far.
Yeah, Manitoba right before the half, powering up with that defensive line to try to get a break. Both sides throughout the game have had break opportunities, have made great defensive plays, but Manitoba being the only one to punch one in so far.
That's another offsides call. The oh chance is my favorite. Look at that, another offsides call, and this is going to actually bring it all the way to the middle of the field. So if you're McGill, you can't make that same mistake again.
Yeah, second offside from McGill, and I believe Manitoba also already had one offside too.
Yeah, that's right. McFadden working against Podorowski. Podorowski playing with Manic, a team that made nationals in the Canadian club circuit this year in the Open Division. Multiple members of Manic on this McGill side. Like a trust throw over to McFadden by Riley Peterson, doorstep. Look at all the McGill defenders in that open side. He throws it right into a poach of Jaden Verland.
A great poach block. A lot of the McGill players honing in on McFadden there.
Tynan Peterson going up with two hands, trying to make this game back at even. Kolinski. Squatting down for a flick, finding Verland. Verland going to continue it around to Ramus. That's Tynan Peterson throwing the assist over to Fritz Ramus. And we got a tie game.
And there we go. McGill bringing out that energy right out of half, tying this game back up at 6s and getting that break back. But if they want to get this lead, they are going to need one more break at least in this game.
Heartbreaking for Manitoba because you had it on the doorstep of the end zone and you just had to deal with a huge poachy end zone from McGill. And they kind of baited that throw a little bit. Verlin was there. Kolinski was also in the kind of upfield space, and they just really made things difficult. And Manitoba punished for it, at least right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure on the mark. You had a poach in the lane, and then a couple other heads-up defenders in the area being ready if a throw came out to adjust.
Same offensive line here for Manitoba, and they weren't really punishing McGill for their second offsides, because that was something that happened. We see Friesen coming up on this defensive point for McGill. Peterson's back out there, Verlin as well. Matt Pettit. This throw's gonna hang, lots of bodies. A foul is going to be called by Neufeld, but that's a tricky one, Thomas, because there's so many. It's like a jackpot throw.
Yeah, there is probably 5 or 6 bodies at least in that main pile going up for it at the same time. Seems like Neufeld, the receiver for Manitoba, feeling as if someone had their hand or arm on his shoulder, preventing him from getting a true jump up to the disc. So a little bit of excitement after the observer ruling it not a foul on the McGill side. A few players wanting to move right away, but now disc is back in, so they can get ready and get playing again, maybe trying to get another break chance here.
Ramus, who caught the goal earlier, resetting it to Verlan. Around to Pettit. Things continue to move here through Imbert, who just threw that pass. McEwen losing the pants in the long sleeve, bringing it out now with the weather getting warmer and things tightening up here as the intensity rises. Ramus telling everyone to slow down. Peterson working against McFadden. Ramus trying to go up line. Denied. Reset over to McEwen. 69 in white looking for a reset. Finds one in Peterson. Peterson flipping it over to Pettit. And a kick spike as McGill has the lead.
And McGill getting back-to-back breaks, taking this lead back and bringing a bunch of energy out onto the field right now.
So now if you're Manitoba, what do? You just had your offensive line play 2 points in a row.
It's looking like they're calling a timeout to give them a rest to start off. So that'll be the first step, giving your key players a rest. I know that there are definitely some players that have played heavy minutes in tournaments in the past and can manage another point in a row. But for now, give them a little bit of a rest, try to refocus, and try to get this game back in control.
Score update for you. Intense game over Queens and Toronto. It's 7-7. Cam Kennedy just scoring that tying goal. And so Queens and Toronto all knotted up. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah,
you can't have cameras on both.
Unfortunately not. But it started off a little bit further apart. But Toronto maybe waking up a little bit more and now coming back in to make it a nice tight game. And during the halftime earlier of this game, I went over and checked the score of the Ottawa U versus Sherbrooke game as well. Ottawa U was up 7-3 at the moment. We will try to get some more score updates for you shortly. Right now, looking at the McGill side, we're seeing some key players crossing over onto this D-line, trying to get another block and another break here. We're seeing some main pieces on this D-line like Kalinski and Peterson, Pettit again, as well as seeing O'Donnell now crossing over to this D-line for this McGill side, trying to get a third break in a row.
I think, there's still a lot of game left, but if you get this break here, I think you might close the doors and say goodnight to Manitoba is just what I'm thinking, because the wind is picking up a little bit, but also the momentum just clearly on this McGill side. This is a huge offensive point. Coach Devin Cohen, knowing as such, calling a timeout. We saw that used to good effect earlier when they called a timeout, so they're trying the same here.
Yeah, we've seen it used well. We've also seen it used against
I stand corrected. The timeout that they did use, they actually turned it over. So I stand corrected.
But I believe the McGill timeout helped them out a little bit more. So
yes.
Both sides have used timeouts both ways.
Murray working against Peterson. Tynan Peterson's sibling, Naomi's going to be playing in the next stream. Ottawa versus McMaster, a rematch of last year's semifinal in the women's division. Pollitt now on the offense, so they say, hey, we need a little more firepower. We're going to put Cooper Pollitt out here trying to switch his body to make the grab was Yonkman, but it's going to be turned over upon contact of the ground. And so real dangerous times here for Manitoba. Ramus. That throw's going to pop, but Peterson is there. Almost dropped it. Has Pettit in the deep space, but instead it's going to be a reset to Verlin. Hodorovsky right on the end zone line. Yonkman was nowhere close. And around to O'Donnell. Can they make it 3 in a row here? And they do just that. Kolinski gets the score. Verlan with the assist.
And the eruption from the sideline of the Mutt side. Bringing the energy. And right now, Manitoba is needing some of that energy on their own side to try to get back into this game.
Curious what line they decide to call, because you're going to have to mix maybe some O-line and D-line pieces. You know McFadden's going to be out there. Are they going to put Murray back out on the field? I think he wants to go.
Yeah, I want to say a lot of those key pieces are going to want to go back out. We'll see what's the final line out there. If we get some new fresh legs out for this Manitoba side to try to knock in this goal.
McGill going with a different strategy. They're playing a lot of the same players multiple times on defensive points. Coach Richard Bartle-Tubbs and Nicholas Swan.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's true. It's true. Bartle-Tubbs has played in England and Austria. Was coaching the U20 team for 6 years, I've been told, in Austria. Friesen out on this D-line as well. Kind of fun that Owen Kolinski's brother Malcolm is also out on the field. I stand corrected, he's not on the field. That's Tynan Peterson out there.
A very tall line from this McGill side, though. Probably going to be shutting down a lot of the deep options. And right now, we have an 8-7 score for Toronto over Queens.
Okay. Did people expect that? I don't know. Defending champs on the ropes, potentially. Kagan's out on this offensive point. Same thing with Cole Straub. D-line players mostly for this game. Imbert working against McFadden. McFadden trying to get 3. This throw is going to pop. McFadden strong with it, and he catches it under pressure, and he's instantly on the go. He's not even worried about what just happened. You like the moxie on McFadden right now, 67 in dark.
Oh, right away. McFadden, every single time he catches it, he's looking for that next option, and he's basically moving right away.
Kagan now kind of handling in the backfield for Manitoba. Some of these reset throws are popping up for Manitoba. He throws it off the ground. Walking the edge of disaster here. Isaac Peterson evades a bit of Verlan. McFadden up line now. Takes a tumble, but he was hit by Imbert. Not sure if a card's going to be issued, but definitely a foul.
Yeah, it looks like the two just got tripped up on the bid for the disc. It looks like a yellow card is handed out to the McGill side. It looks like Rivas will be receiving that yellow card. And just a little bit of a discussion what was going on, trying to avoid that in any future instances.
Imbert, the one who fouled McFadden there, getting the card. Up the line. Oh, Zach Neufeld. There's a lot of crowding in there. Look how many McGill players are there. They do get the around. They weren't able to hit it last time this happened. Murray's going to hit Riley Peterson for the score. That is definitely not how they drew it up, but it'll work out all the same.
Not how they drew it up. It looks like it was for a different receiver, but a little bit behind them. They couldn't snag that disc, and then Riley Pearson just gets the garbage at the very end.
The real question is now, McGill's offense has not played this half. So the last time they played was the score was 6-5. It's now 8-7 for McGill. How are they going to respond with all that time off?
I mean, from having the longest point probably of the game, being on that longest point, it's a good little relaxing time for them. But who knows? We'll see if they're fully adjusted to this wind. It has been picking up recently. So we have seen the Manitoba side at times having some discs pop up on them. So we'll see if McGill can keep it under control as well.
Queens and Toronto locked up at 8s. So that is a spicy game over there as well. Lots of action going on. We love it all the same. Reminder, this game is going to end hard cap wise at 11:05 local. Time not necessarily running out in Manitoba because of the fact they're within 1. So of course, if McGill scores this, they'd be down 2. So this is an important point. Peterson running down on Nathan Wu, making things difficult, and a zone look from Manitoba. O'Donnell right under the pressure of Howes. You got Kagan working in the deep space, who just played that last offensive point. Dylan Wu now free. Finds Aber Cregan. Aber Cregan, a member of High Tide, the junior scene. Played with Red Circus as well. Wu left-hand snag. That's Nathan Wu. Kind of going around, finds O'Donnell for the score. That easy does it for the McGill O-line right there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if there were just some tired legs on that defensive side for Manitoba, but the marks seemed very, very relaxed, and then it was just very easy for the offensive players to break those marks, which sucks for the defensive players downfield trying to chase those cutters. Just led to an easy goal, unfortunately, for that against that Manitoba side.
McGill's getting a test here. There's 2 quarterfinals that have a little bit more of a cushion in terms of Ottawa winning theirs and UVic leading in their respective matchups. But these 2 on this side of the bracket with McGill, Manitoba, and Queens and Toronto, real spicy games right now.
Yeah, these 2 games have been a lot tighter games overall than the other 2 quarterfinals games so far. We'll see if Manitoba can keep it nice and tight here, or if McGill will start to get on that break train again.
Owen Kolinsky with the pull. It goes without saying, but it's must hold now for Manitoba. With about 12 minutes left. Kagan has joined this offensive line, going deep, looking for Neufeld, but spinning around, and it's going to be Pettit with the block.
Yeah, unfortunately, Neufeld on the receiving end, just getting a little bit turned around from that throw. Pettit ending up having that inside position, the better line for it, and getting the nice easy block.
McGill has both timeouts if they want to use it. Peterson initiated classic pull play there that they run on their defensive O-line. McEwen with the grab. Up the line's going to hang, but caught by Ramus. And then Ramus throws it away. That often happens. You get excitement, and then it goes into the turf.
Yeah, a little bit of a conservation of greatness there. Just take that a little bit of an extra second before making that throw. But Manitoba back with the disc on the front cone now.
No real deep looks right now for Manitoba. Kagan had the deep throw earlier, but Neufeld didn't have the best read on it. Thought about the huck. Nice around to Murray, over to McFadden. Riley Pearson draws 2 defenders, so Kagan's now free underneath from Yonkman. Legs looking a bit tired, as you mentioned, I think, even on their offensive line right now for Manitoba.
A lot of the same players playing points over and over, so more tired legs later in the tournament now. So we'll see if Manitoba can pull through on this point here. Riley
Pearson been doing a lot of work underneath for them. Has the disc now over to Kagan. Kagan has made his way onto the offensive line, as I mentioned already. An experienced player with general strike. A lot of these members on that team. Hopefully some of them are watching at home. McFadden now. Murray comes underneath. Trust throw over to McFadden. These throws, especially coming to this side of the field, have been hanging. Pettit trying to make a play, but Yonkman is there. Murray. Finds Raichura for the score. Peterson almost was there, but Murray's going to get the assist.
Raichura begging for the disc there, keeping his toes in the end zone to secure the goal for this Manitoba side. But as you were saying earlier in the point, a lot of the discs popping up, both people throwing them from a little higher release point, but also not putting as much zip on the disc. So there'll need to be a little bit zippier passes coming towards the camera on this side with the wind going right into their face. We're seeing a lot of people crossing back over onto this defensive side for Manitoba. You have McFadden out there looking like Isaac Peterson. Cooper Pollitt's out there. I'm seeing Dylan Kagan crossing over.
Yeah, he's going to
well.
play a lot, I think, the rest of this way.
Yeah, a lot of these players are probably going to be playing both ways the rest of the way. Little bit under 10 minutes left until hard cap.
Well, they sense the importance of this with the line that they have called right now. They know.
Sure. And the last time they put a line out like this, they got a break going into half.
Zone look here. Friesen going to be working with Nathan Wu in the backfield. If you're Manitoba, you're hoping for maybe a drop, something a little contested. Die on the mark. Had a block earlier. They're giving free resets in the backfield. Let's see when they swing it across if there's anything that moves kind of north-south instead of just east-west. You have Nick McFadden in the cup, so to speak. We're kind of in the mid-side. We'll see if that tires out a star player like McFadden. Isaac Peterson, Daya kind of switching on who's marking. Pollitt behind them. Death by 1,000 cuts is what I'm thinking about right now when I see this. You're just trying to slowly wither away this offense. You're trusting that as they throw more throws, a mistake is going to happen. You're preventing that deep shot there with a defender in the deep space in Cole Straub.
Yeah, and interesting from McGill sending one of their shorter players too into the deep space to go up against Straub if they want.
They've broken out now with that Dylan Wu backhand, the air bouncy backhand there.
And Manitoba taking some time getting into person coverage here. No mark on Wu yet.
Finding his brother Dylan. Dylan bending out this backhand. It's going to sail too high, but it's going to be caught by McGibbon.
And we're seeing a lot of pressure being thrown Kyle O'Donnell's way. Floaty discs making him have to go up, but then the defensive pressure making him going up early. But this time we had McKibben on the back end to get a nice save for the goal. And so quick score update. We have Queens, who just got a break, to go up 9-8 against the University of Toronto.
Okay.
So a very tight game there, just like this game here.
10-8 the score line. McGill calling a timeout. Smart move. It's called what we call playing to the time. So if you're Manitoba right now off this timeout, you're going to have to score pretty quickly. If they can score before the hard cap, so 11:05, they'll be on defense. And if they can score that, because that'll be the last point, if they can score that, universe. The issue is if they score after 11:05, then it's good night.
Yeah, they currently have 4 minutes until that hard cap goes. So after this timeout, likely 3 minutes if they're lucky to get a point out and try to get a goal.
Here's what I'm wondering: is McGill going to call a second timeout? Is that allowed? Are you allowed to call a timeout off a timeout?
That I'm not too sure. I've never seen it happen. I've never seen that happen. So it would be very interesting if it did happen.
Like if they set their lineup and then they just decide to call a timeout again.
Yeah. That would be an interesting one. Delay more time. I know that the Manitoba side would definitely not be happy with that if they did do that. It doesn't look like they're going to, but
hey, timeouts are part of the game. I will always state that.
Yeah.
Some people don't like it. I've been burned by this strategy before, but it's within the rule set.
Hey, if it's in the rules, you may as well use it. And so right now, 3 minutes till cap, and there's still about 20 seconds before McGill has to get the disc in the air to Manitoba.
So if you're Manitoba, you got to score pretty quickly here. Out of bounds pull is smart too. Let's see if they rush up to do it. They will. Archer's going to shovel it to McFadden, but they're going to have to hurry up here. I'm not sure if they're aware of the time. We are, certainly.
McGill a little confused.
Oh no, this is I don't like this. They got to just let them play. Let the kids play here. Time is running out.
Yeah, still 3 minutes left, but not much time.
Surprised they didn't run a pull play to go deep. They do just that. This throw is going to be aired out for Murray. Will it stay in bounds? It will not. And that might be it. We'll see.
Now will we see a timeout?
If I'm McGill, I call a timeout.
Yeah, I would too now.
I'm just saying.
Two minutes left until hard cap. McGill taking their time to set up a nice offense here.
Oh man, if they have a short field turnover here, they're going to wish they called the timeout. I'm just saying. They're playing it the honest way. I do like that. But a turnover happens. We got so much action happening. They're going right in the end zone. McFadden with the grab. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, Manitoba got what they needed. They have probably about a minute and a half to spare before this hard cap went, and they put up a prayer to Nick McFadden. Not the tallest guy, but in the end zone, still getting up huge for the goal. Great play by McFadden right before the hard cap. And
wow.
Question for you, Theo. Should McGill have called that timeout?
Hey, I told you they should have called the timeout. I'm going to say it. Should have called the timeout. This game is electric right now. We appreciate you tuning in. We thank Ultimate Canada for making the switch to have this game on. This game is crazy. And now let's settle down a bit because I'm excited. Thomas, you're excited. Who do we got on the Manitoba defensive line? We got McFadden out there, Dylan Kagan, Riley Peterson, Diaz out there, Isaac Peterson, Jack Murray, and Zach Neufeld will make up the 7 for Manitoba. On the McGill side, Andrews, O'Donnell, Friesen, Nathan Wu, McGibbon, Daniel Tu, and Dylan Wu.
Yeah, same O-line look from McGill. Hard cap horn goes. So Manitoba needing to score this one to force the universe.
Yeah, this is the last point if McGill scores, but like you said, we could force universe here.
And
you see Manitoba sideline, they're pumped up. This is where you're trying to draw that kind of unforced turnover. People are nervous trying to make that catch with what's on the line, which is semifinals berth between the winner of Queens and Toronto, which is also tight. We believe Victoria and Ottawa have kind of sealed their matchups with the leads that they had during the game. Travel called on Friesen.
So it looks like an accepted travel call here by Friesen. He'll get the disc back as McGill trying to break through again.
The sideline's definitely trying to help with making this difficult. Batted throw. Caught by McFadden. McFadden is being called on a strip call, I believe, by Dylan Wu. I am, from my vantage point, I'll let you, what did you see, Thomas? I won't say my thought just yet. But
there was a taller Wu in the area with McFadden. Both hands were nearby, but I'm not too sure if the disc was ever closed by Wu before McFadden ripped that out of the sky. We'll see what the observer ruling may go to.
Hey,
they say no foul, so it's going to be McFadden's disc right there. Great block from McFadden, getting up huge for the second point in a row.
Hey, Universe point on Queens and Toronto. Queens just won.
Wow. Okay, so Queens waiting the winner of this game here then, as we're back underway.
Manitoba does have a timeout if they need it. They only burned one so far. Riley Peterson been really impressed with his game today. McFadden has it batted away by O'Donnell. O'Donnell wanted that disc. You're letting the Manitoba defense set, though.
Letting the Manitoba defense set, but also trying to figure out what to do for their offensive set to break through this zone.
What do you think of spirit-wise of the other team just barking in the ear of the offense on the sideline?
I mean, if they're at least given a nice sideline distance so the thrower can still throw, it is annoying, but we ask teams to cheer and bring that energy. So
it's true.
That's that energy they're bringing for their team to try to get a block here. Part of the game.
Part of the game, just like the timeouts. I don't know if McGill, when they're watching this back, is wishing they called the timeout earlier, but we are where we are now. Two looked like he blew a tire there. Manitoba's going to have the disc back. Kagan just going to look deep.
3 defenders in the area, though.
Yeah, they read that one, eh?
Yeah. Looking for McFadden too much, unfortunately, at this Manitoba side. And McGill breaking out fast, already into the second half of the field. And looking like a timeout from the McGill side, trying to calm down this final point and hopefully scoring it to get this matchup versus the Queens in the semifinals.
Yeah, luckily for whichever team comes out of this, they will have a bye. So there's no bye for either the women's or open division in terms of semifinals to finals, but they will have a bye into the semifinals. And I think for both teams, it is going to be well-deserved and well-earned because, yeah, it's a lot of emotion coming into this. I see Winnipeg, they're in the Division 3, the 5-on-5. They're out here supporting their provincial mates like that. And I see McMaster, I think I see some Ottawa as well, because McMaster and Ottawa women's coming at you 11:30, so 20 minutes from now. But we still have our eyes on this game. What a contest, and It's not over just yet. If you're a McGill fan, you still got to punch this in.
Yeah, we'll see if Manitoba can generate another block. They were able to get a block already on this defensive point. We'll see if they are going to set something junky, maybe a little bit poachy, or if they're going to just go straight person-to-person matchup and try to win with their legs.
I think on that, especially that Manitoba D point, Kagan didn't really have anything, and he kind of telegraphed a throw to McFadden. I would have liked to see that throw not so lasery, even if you just floated. At least it goes all the way into the end zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, they can't think about that now. They can't think about that now.
A little too late, unfortunately.
Inside shot to Friesen. That was dangerous. He had to make a nice grab. Nice around from O'Donnell, finding Nathan Wu. Inside shot to 2. Going cross field. Dylan Wu hits Kai O'Donnell, but there is a pick. It's ruled a goal, and McGill is headed to the semifinals. They'll take on the Queens Gales. What an effort from Manitoba. There's still some discussion to be had here, so let's just wait.
Manitoba is a little confused about what may have gone on with that last call, but McGill's still out celebrating, so we'll see what ends up happening out of this. So it's looking like it's going to be staying a goal. So there was a pick call in that last point, which led to the defensive player pulling up and stopping to play defense there. But that defensive player was not part of that pick, so could have kept playing, and the pick ended up being retracted. So therefore, it ended up being ruled a goal because the pick did not affect the play. So McGill takes it over Manitoba and will be facing Queens in the semifinals.
That's a great semifinals matchup. We believe Ottawa, UVic on the other side. We're going to get confirmation of that. You can stay tuned to Ultimate Canada's social media for more information. But in less than 20 minutes at 11:30, McMaster Ottawa, rematch of last year's semifinal coming at you. We're going to take a break. Thomas Stan, I'm Theo Wan. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you in a bit.
I love working with a team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team. Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied. To step away from real life and focus on Frisbee.
I play because I love Ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 It's semifinals time here at the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships in the women's division. We got the Ottawa GGs taking on the McMaster Marauders in a highly anticipated matchup. When we saw the bracket earlier, we thought these two teams could be here, and they did just that, besting their foes in the quarterfinals and getting to this spot. Theo Wan here with Kat Fortin. And Kat, this is a game between two teams that know each other very well.
This is going to be such an exciting game, especially coming back from last year with their semi-game final results there. So I know Ottawa has been waiting for this for over a year for a rematch, and this stems even over the summer. If you read some of the Ottawa University players' bios on Stella, they all said this match was their biggest goal to rematch and win.
I was told it lives, and this is not my words, this is someone else's words, it lives rent-free in some of their heads. So they know this is an anticipated matchup for them, and so they've thought about it long and hard, and they're hoping for a better result here today after falling in the last time they matched up in the semifinals, which was last year. Ottawa did win in their most recent matchup against McMaster. So there's that. McMaster had won Steeltown to earn a bid. Ottawa did the same at Easterns a week later. So both of these teams did not have to play Friday, which is a big help.
Absolutely is a huge help. It allows them just to kind of rest and get ready for this weekend and mentally prepare themselves for the entire weekend and to achieve the gold medal.
Kate Clements set to pole, played for the Team Canada U20 mixed team, coming from the Wicked West program, and was slotted on their O-line, but going to play D-line to start this game as their puller. And we're underway here in the semifinals. The other semi going on is Manitoba versus Laval. Laval came second last year to this exact McMaster team. McMaster going for their 4th straight title as a travel is called on Prisma on the sideline. Emma Beaulieu calling that one. McMaster goes with a less traditional O&D line, we've been told. It's more upwind, downwind. So, hey, that's the strategy that Matt Caldwell, Megan Doyle, the coaching staff are going to go with. And it's paid great success with multiple championship wins. McKinley Shumlansky looking deep. Finds Beaupart. Gabby Beaupart now. Has a disc knocked away by Naomi Peterson. I believe a foul is going to be called. Peterson actually came up to me before the game and said that her right hand was stung by a wasp. So it's actually swollen right now. Not sure if she wanted that on the broadcast, but either way, it's going to be out there. So going to still be able to throw with the right hand, and you know, a lot of players now, they got the lefty throws out here.
You know, maybe the stung hand will give her extra grip. Nothing passes Naomi Peterson. Yesterday we saw her do this incredible grab that we thought no one could get, but only Naomi Peterson could get that one.
Played the fall series with Quebec Iris, along with Emily Bussolet. Beaupart going to the end zone. But it's going to be a turnover. So now Ottawa with some of those O-line crossovers, can they take advantage here? Clement going to have to deal with this zone.
Yesterday, after speaking to McMaster, they said that their deadliest weapon was their zone.
That's what they've done for many years. They like the weather to get worse, the wind to turn up. That's what they want. Essentially, a lot of their O-line players out on the field. Shumlansky going to get the block. Going to go with the backhand right away. A little huck and pin potentially as Peterson swats the block down.
Must have been that swollen hand.
It gives you extra powers.
Exactly.
Nice through shot from Clement. This is essentially their offensive line out on the field on D-line right now. Talked to one of their coaches, Katie Saborski, before the game, and this is their O-line. Beausoleil working things over to Wardle. Alex Wardle, another member of Stella. There's a few of those on this team. Clement now. Looking calm with the disc as the mark slow to set here, from Cowenberg. That inside shot's not going to work out. Looking for Lily Shannon. We saw Mac right away look for the huck. See if they do the same on this offensive possession, the third of this point. Throw's going to hang. And it's going to be caught.
I think she got her foot stepped on.
Yeah, Peterson jumping up and down here. That was Cowenberg with the throw. Master is going to get the hold. That's Chloe Ringler with the grab.
Yesterday we noticed, and today we see it again, Shumlansky never hesitates for those big hucks in the end zone. She definitely has that green light there.
Ottawa's offensive line jogging back out, and it's most of the players that were just on the field. So now McMaster going to go with their upwind line, which is powered by someone that Ottawa fans will know well, and Brooklyn Cheer, multi-time U20 member and alternate for U24, and played with West
and Ignite.
And Ignite. I was gonna say not just West, Ignite as well, which is on the open team.
I love this cheer family. My favorite cheer either starts with an A, B, or the letter C.
So 1-0 the scoreline here. This McMaster team. They'll tighten things up if they need to, but they're content to run these pods. Peterson now working back and forth. That was with Goulet. Beaulieu throwing this one up. It's going to air out, but caught by Beausoleil, but there's a pick called. Beaulieu will retain the disc. Got a mix of English and en français names on this team. Clara Goulet being another one. Goulet playing with Crank on the mixed side this past summer in Ottawa. Former teammates in Cheer and Beaulieu going at it. Cheer can't get there, so Ottawa maintains possession. Peterson, a few yards away. Stall count rising. And we'll get to the open side cone is Lily Shannon.
I really enjoyed Ottawa U's movement. They were just so patient, knew exactly who to throw to, and it's as if they were predicting each other's passes and know where to go.
Yeah, I would like to see on the McMaster side a little bit of coverage on that open side defense. I know maybe it got turned around a little bit, but definitely want to be protecting that open side cone. We saw that earlier in one of the streams we were doing with McGill and Manitoba, where McGill would poach 3 to 4 players just on that open side to make that end zone pass a little bit more difficult. So I want to see what McMaster does to adjust. Of course, it's still early in the contest. Master another offensive point here. Their first one had multiple turnovers, but they were able to stem the tide. And some of their offensive looks, you might not always see what we call the prettiest ultimate. I think they would be the first to admit that. They like kind of a grittier style of Frisbee. As I've interviewed both Matt Caldwell and Megan Doyle, they'll admit that. They like the zone. They like the harsh conditions. That's what they thrive in, and that's what they want. You'll often see when they get that turnover, they're going to huck it downfield right away. Zone look here from the GGs. Beaulieu playing her third point in a row, and will get the block. Finds Chan. Jessica Chan now needs something. With the stall count rising, and there's a stall down. You hate to see that if you're an Ottawa fan in the audience. You heard some people say just chuck it, because you just want to at least get in the end zone.
Kind of like what Shalamsky just did.
Yeah, McMaster is going to do this. So if you're tuning into a McMaster game, you know that when they get the opportunity, they are going to shoot it deep. Peterson also playing third point in a row. Going to go with the lefty right there. So we had talked about that pregame, and now you see it. I don't think Peterson's a true lefty. Beausoleil looking into the end zone. A couple players crashing in the area, and Shumlansky and Chan. Ottawa definitely told me before the game that they're content to run a lot of players back-to-back points. We're seeing that. Bonnie Few, Rob Langridge, your Team Orange Kat, you love Team Orange because they help make the games go fast.
So much faster. I find that they're very decisive. They know how to regulate players' emotions and make sure that they can communicate effectively with each other and just conclude to an answer within that short period of time.
Especially on the university circuit where some players maybe haven't played as much high-level Ultimate. Some do, of course, with Club and Team Canada on the junior side, but some don't. And so to have them even explain rules or move the pace of play along, that really helps. A lot of this whole sideline here, especially for this semifinal, really filling up. I'm just looking outward, and there's a lot going on, and I love it.
Like I said, this has been a match that's been waiting for a whole year.
It's true. Semifinals too, right? They play, yeah, sure. They play at early season tournaments. That's fine. But it's different when you're in the semifinals in Brampton. Not the same fields. They play on the grass fields just to the left of us last year. I remember watching that. Ottawa on the doorstep of a break. Chan again got stalled down earlier. Throws in the assist though, as Ottawa gets the break. Beaulieu with the grab. And you see the way Ottawa celebrate. You would think that they just won the game, but it is just 2-1.
And they got to keep that momentum and that energy up for the rest of the game as well. In fact, Beaulieu was one of the women that showed up to the U24 tryouts in Toronto during the Thanksgiving weekend. Did you know?
I knew a lot of players on this university circuit, or certainly were trying out. I know the assistant, not the assistant coach, the mixed head coach, Danny Proby, occasional podcast host with me on the Huckney podcast. She's definitely said that she's going to be looking at some of this video, getting some extra scouting of these players. So, hey, if you're on the stream, you better put on a show. You should anyways, but if there's extra incentive, you know.
Anyone could be watching.
Coaches could be watching, so you got to be aware. I see Queens on the open side here taking the festivities. They just had a huge Universe Point win over Toronto. They'll be taking on McGill, who had a thrilling win in their own right.
I love their chanting.
This is inbounds. Zone look again from Ottawa. Clement out on the field. Chan is there once again. See if McMaster can move this quickly here. Cheer out on the move. Nice grab there to keep things alive for McMaster. Cheer needs something. Goes with the hammer. And it's swatted down. Erica Suze with the block.
It's hard when you're right above your opponent's end zone with a limited time and you have to make a quick decision before you hit that stall down, which we saw earlier.
Chan coming off the field. And because the other team subbed, McMaster can do the same. So Chichi Ohaka is going to come on the field. Twin sister Ugochi as well on the team. Both played for Incognito in Toronto this past summer, gaining some experience, and previously played for Toro as well, out of the junior system. Wardle getting a big under. Finding Goulet. Goulet powering this one up. Just a little bit too far for Bartnowski. But I like the idea. We're really putting pressure on the McMaster defense. Allows their zone defense to set up as well. Clement, Bornowski, and Beaulieu on the mark. Or in the cup, I should say. This throw going up. Caught again by Ugochi Ohaka. Caught a huck earlier as well for this Marauder side. This
Twin
past half
sister
field.
power.
It's true. They're gonna know what each other wants. That's just the truth. Some twin telepathy going on. For Cheer, who just made that throw, I wonder if this game's extra special playing against some of her former teammates in the junior circuit. This must be a little bit different and kind of fun for her, kind of like how Mateo Marshall yesterday was playing against Ottawa. He's also on the McMaster side.
It's definitely interesting because you have to set your friendship aside.
Yes.
And you have to look at your friend that you grew up with as your actual opponent. And at the end of the day, you both have a goal. And unfortunately, you got to put that friendship aside.
The goal is to beat the other and then cheer afterwards and maybe have a meal or something together. But right now, they're frenemies, I will say, as they're trying to guide their respective teams to victory here. Weather's starting to heat up in Brampton. It was quite windy and cold in the morning. Miscommunication right there. Ottawa, look. Let's see if they fast break it. Clement's going to do just that. Looking deep for Wardle. And Ottawa gets another break, taking advantage of some miscommunication.
Ottawa U has that advantage just having a lot of chemistry with each other that they built over the summer, being Stella players, Oz players, Krang players, even leverage that they had mentioned. So
yes,
it's great that they can still continue that chemistry onto the fall season.
Like you said, it is a continuation. They had some experience in the summer. For some players that don't play club, this is kind of a new season for them. But for a lot of these club players that have been playing since April, some of them having Team Canada commitments as well. It's a long year for them, and you got to find ways to not get burnt out. I've seen a lot of players, and you probably know this as well, where they play so much and then they get kind of burnt out from playing so much Ultimate, Team Canada, club, university, and all that. So got to maintain the healthy balance is what they tell me.
Especially when you're injured, you got to sit down, rest, and recover.
Some players are not the best at injury maintenance or management because you just want to be out on the field. I get it.
The FOMO is real.
But take that disc away chance from Ottawa have spurred their team to the lead that they are at right now, 3-1. Chris Ma, the lefty, in the handler set. Played Club Ultimate with Crux out of Hamilton. Cowenberg, two hands strong to reel that one in. Making sure for this McMaster side as they're trying to notch their second point of the contest. Great grab under pressure from Beaupart. Beaupart, a West Coast product, playing with Canyon during her time in juniors. And the aforementioned Beaupart again, going to be all over the field for this McMaster team in the cutter space, is number 15 in white. Shumlansky going up line. Instead it's a reset. Finding Bohm Edwards.
Bohm Edwards is actually a wicked player herself as well.
So more Ottawa connects here as it's a West Coast player who will catch the score in Beaupart from Shumlansky. So the two offensive points McMaster has had They've gone them clean without turnovers. When they've had turn it over, they've gone broken. So we'll see if that trend continues. Ottawa's offensive line has had some time to rest, but certainly that's half true because a lot of those O-line players have been playing a bunch of D as well. So no, you're not going to see the crossovers like Ottawa's doing from the McMaster side. They're going to be content to do what they're doing now with the upwind, downwind lines. Cheer going to pull once again for this group out of Hamilton, Ontario. They're not close in proximity, Hamilton, Ottawa, but it is a rivalry now. I can fully say that, right?
Absolutely. On top, they have the same university colors, the maroon or marauder. There's some fashionable competition as well in the air.
I like that. I like that. Ottawa has the turnover now with McMaster going to get the disc at midfield. And around to Cheer. Cheer thought about the back end, but instead holsters the disc. Don't be fooled, rocking the USA visor, but played for Team Canada. Trying to make the grab on the second effort, cannot do so, so the disc will go back to Ottawa. Zone look set here from the Marauders, as Ottawa's handler core going to be tested once again. Melt called, meaning they're going to person defense here. Clara Goulet now looking into the end zone. And a nice snag for the score from Lily Shannon.
Shannon was also a ATC player this summer on the U20 women's team with Brooklyn. So it's fun to see, again, teammates, now rivalries.
And Shannon was a big part of that women's team as well, logging a lot of heavy minutes and stats for that team. Saw a picture on McMaster's social media that Shimlansky and Cheer were invited to the U24 tryouts, at least on their McMaster Ultimate Instagram page, so you can check that out. Go to both of those pages, give them a follow. Give a like while you're at it to this YouTube video so that more people can see it.
Share,
like and subscribe,
share.
right? All that stuff. Smash that like button.
Don't forget to comment below.
That's also true. Similar line going down left to right on your screen. Shimlansky and Ma out there. Expect to see Beaupart continue to run the cutter space for them. Peterson going with a standstill lefty pull. Don't see that very often, but we already mentioned why. And a drop from Shimlansky. Throw went a little low, had kind of looked before the next throw was going to take place, and Ottawa really trying to take advantage, go up 3 breaks now. Peterson finding Wardle. Wardle continues it along, but it's denied from Shimlansky. So atoning for the drop with a block. That's what you like to see from your top players.
Absolutely. It's just a great redemption for them as well.
But now they're stuck on this far cone. Shimlansky just going to huck it. And Peterson can't make the grab, so it's actually going to benefit McMaster there. But that's the strategy. When Shimlansky has it, you got to watch who's going deep because the huck is going to go up.
She does a great job at getting it out of their side and into the other opponents. In fact, this one is beneficial as it rolled even further down.
Wardle's throw has no one in the area, so we'll go back to McMaster. 2 turnovers apiece on this point. But there is a call. So it looks like a foul on the throw that's not contested.
Maybe that would make sense why she threw it and there was no one there.
Often when you see a player very open, it's either a foul happened or a pick. Ottawa maintains possession here. This throw from Peterson going up. Wardle, end zone line. That throw a little maybe too zippy for Madera. Played for Wicked West this past summer. Shumlansky looking deep. Alex Miller has it taken away by a fellow number 7 in Naomi Peterson. The defense cheers that teams often bring over from basketball onto the field here in Ultimate. That throw from Peterson's not going to work out, so 3 turnovers each. We'll be curious to see if either team decides to call a timeout. Like we mentioned already, McMaster pretty content to play this style of Ultimate. Shumlansky reset is successfully made.
Oh, wow.
Throw into the end zone. And Peterson is there in the deep space. I don't think you can really test number 7 right now because Peterson has been making a lot of plays over there.
As soon as it's in the air, it belongs to her. She knows.
She owns the deep space.
Especially with her height.
Yep. And also a veteran of the game now. Playing for Iris, a team that's going to Club Nationals actually this coming next week in San Diego. So doing a lot of playing is Peterson, who has the disc now. Inside shot is taken away. Shumlansky provided pressure. That inside shot has to be very precise, or it usually ends up like that, where that defender will get a hand on it. Ringler resetting it here as McMaster stacked quite deep right now. Coming in as Lily Sue Ping. Another Ottawa member.
Right? She played Wicked this past summer, just graduated from the program.
Coming out of the stack is Cowenberg. Cowenberg high stall is going to reset it to Shumlansky. Shumlansky so calm in the backfield space, part of multiple titles with this McMaster side. Going to air this out, but there was a pick called, but it's going to go to the way of Ottawa. Shumlansky playing Union this past summer.
I just counted the U Ottawa's roster. They have about roughly 13 Wicked graduate alumni,
Nice.
including myself.
Kind of a fun fact for you because that's the pipeline, right? McMaster doesn't have the same direct pipeline that the GGs have. And yeah, they are going to kind of get players from different club teams, and that's how they're building their roster. And Caldwell and Doyle have done a great job of that. Ottawa's going to call a timeout here. We're going to do the same and be right back. Back in action here, Ottawa on their D-line offense. And a turnover happens, and McMaster will have a short field to work with. By my count, 5 apiece so far. It's batted, and the second effort doesn't work out. We'll see what the call is. Shumlansky working against Rachel Madera right now. And we'll find Beaupart for the goal. So McMaster gets the hold after a lot of turnovers. The same two players linking up in 66 and 15. As the game progresses, we'll be curious to see here, Kat, what McMaster does line-wise. We've seen Ottawa go with the classic university strategy, right, of stacking your best club players on and on. McMaster kind of going with more even splits.
Especially if you have that chemistry, this is a great time to take advantage of those who really know how they play with each other, to take advantage of that in a moment, in a situation like this.
Standard O-line, some miscommunication between Beaulieu and Goulet. Through shot works out as Ottawa out on the move here. Shannon's throw a little too high for Bortnowski. McMaster will get a chance here. Down 4-3. They did start on offense in this game. Nice grab from Cheer. Cheer working against Shannon. Inside shot trying to open up the field. Bobble but caught. Amari. Drawing some claps from the McMaster fans behind us, and that Zoe Wynn throw is going to hit the turf. Zone's going to be set right away here from the team in white. Out of the hammer. Here's McMaster. Inside shot, works out. Not able to hit that next level though. Goulet, first effort not there, but the second one is. Goulet finds Clement. Brio Soleil also had to make a nice grab. Beau Soleil now with it. Clement and Shannon working a little give-go here. Now going to the break side for Goulet, but that throw just hits down. Score update for you. I don't think you saw this coming. Manitoba's up 5-3 on Laval right now in the women's semifinal. Did you predict that, Kat?
No, that's quite the plot twist.
That's what they'll say. Wind, I think, took a few steps there on that throw. Amari's going to make the grab, and there's a travel called, and I think it's going to be upheld is all I'm saying, because I did see some air miles potentially taking place there from Wind. And we see some reenactment as well. That's always the funny part, right?
It's like a game of charades. And when you're a spectator, you have to guess what they're saying, especially when you can't hear anything.
We'll, of course, try to keep you posted on the score of the other semifinal, as this one's also taking place right now. The winner will take on Laval or Manitoba. Yates' throw is going to go just landing in the turf, but with no receiver there. It's going to go back to Ottawa. Clement not deciding to throw the huck, instead settles for the under to Beausoleil. Shannon on this close side. Shannon continuing that same third, and that will work out for Ottawa. 21, Shannon finding 22 in Beaulieu.
And just a little shout out to Shannon's fan club back in Ottawa. I know her whole family is a family of Ultimate Frisbee, and they're probably all just watching her and cheering her on as they follow her everywhere she goes.
That's true. We've seen a lot of that. I've seen it with the West parents. I remember when they had made their historic run last year, second, right? And there were a lot of parents that were just following the team, and it was just something really cool. So love to see that for the parents. The players wouldn't be where they are without your help.
Junior parents in all programs are great volunteers for the Ultimate Frisbee community, so shout out to all the parents.
Saw some McMaster parents close to us as well. So both sides getting some help and representation out here. Goulet set to pull, crossing over on this point.
We've also got Hannah Grizik on this team, who's also been invited to the U24 tryout at Thanksgiving in Toronto.
That throw slicing to the turf. Lee can't scoop that off the ground. So Ottawa trying to double up this McMaster side right now. Little give and go. Goulet's done a lot of heavy lifting in the handler space. That throw is caught by Cowenberg. What a block for McMaster. And they're going to go right away looking for Ma. Great layout effort, drawing some oohs and ahs from the crowd. Peterson with the disc again. Well, I think a little worse for her after that layout. That throw slightly too far for Anna Wright. Anna Wright playing for Chain Reaction out of Durham. So that program's been building, and they say send someone into the university scene in the women's side here in Ottawa. Cowenberg has Beaupart going deep. He's going to have to come under for this underthrown throw, and does just that. Ma now, the southpaw. We've seen a couple of those up the line throws just hit the turf. Not enough oomph or pop on it, and they're just hitting right into the ground.
There could be so many factors that contribute to this. The wind, your live stream, it's your semifinal game. There's so much that's going on in a player's head, and they have to focus and recenter and reconcentrate to this final moment.
Shamlansky looking for a Beaupart, but there's a reason why number 15 Beaupart was so free there. Looks like a foul is called. Disc will remain in the hands of the team in white. The Marauders, and a timeout called by Shumlansky. I was surprised that they didn't call a timeout when they were down 3-1, but they're deciding to do it now, sensing this is an important point. Certainly don't want to get doubled up here. So we'll see what they draw up in the timeout as we take a quick break. Cowenberg with the disc now as we return to action. And that throw a little too sizzly. And McMaster can't make the grab. So this is the fourth possession for this D point for the GGs here. This feels like one of those tipping points of a game. We mentioned that in the last broadcast, but could be either be 6-3 or 5-4. So certainly this point has some added ramifications.
And then we have the whole other half, the second half of the game, where sometimes you see teams just come back strong.
Cote finds Anna Wright for the score. And Ottawa doubles up this McMaster side. That's a huge momentum builder right now for Ottawa, and McMaster going to really have to search for some answers here at this juncture of the game.
So half will be at 7, just for time.
Time cap, yeah. We noticed the time cap at the last game as well, so sometimes that happens. Still 5-3 on the other side, from what we've been told. Thomas Stanton, part of this commentary team, giving us the update, so thank you, Thomas, for that. Kat, you gave some great updates earlier, so we, of course, appreciate that as well.
Always
keeping the fans informed, you know? Keeping them informed.
This is probably the most exciting CUUCs that I've been so far at. There's been great rosters. You have UVic coming from BC for the weekend.
Yes.
So it's a great weekend for Ultimate. And on top, shout out to this beautiful weather that we've had all weekend. Knock on wood, but no snow, no rain, no thunder, just sun and a bit of wind.
Zone look here as Abby McDonald with it now, finding wind. Shumlansky and Ma, who have done a lot of hefty lifting going left to right, are not on the field. So McMaster staying true to their strategy. They know there's lots of game left. Chichi Ohaka now, resetting it to Cheer. Cheer having to deal with this cup right now. Clement on the mark. Beside her is Annika Steele. And beside Steele is Erica Suze.
And Annika Steele is an Oz player who played club, I think, for the first time this summer. She's one of those gems that found ultimate frisbee through university, fell in love with the sport, and decided to follow through during the summer by playing a club team.
Yeah, we actually should give more love to that and thank the coaches that are all here, not just from these teams, but B teams, other teams out here, Division 2, Division 3, because that's where a lot of the love of the sport starts. So that's a great point, because a lot of these players, they find it here and then they go out and play club after that. Wind is throws taken away from Shannon, or by Shannon, excuse me. Clement looking deep for Shannon, but it's batted away with two hands by McDonald.
Yesterday, Clement and Shannon mentioned that they have a dynamic duo. So let's see if they're able to refine that duo that they have.
A block for Ottawa, and they're right on the doorstep of another break, and actually of half at 7, as you mentioned, Kat. Goulet, gunslinger, picking up, marked by Maya Moore. Goes into the end zone for Wardle, and Ottawa's rolling right now into halftime.
Now this would be a great opportunity for Wardle, especially because this is her last dance. She has done her CUCs, and this is her last year, so I know winning gold would be such an important moment for her.
McMaster going to search for some answers here, and they're going to do that at the half. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes for the conclusion of this awesome contest. Second half action coming at you. Ottawa out on offensive line. They're up 7-3 right now on McMaster, a rematch of the semifinals from last season when McMaster bested this Ottawa team en route to a gold medal. So the streak of gold medals on the line right now for this McMaster side, but you wouldn't know it based on their sideline presence. They were very excited over there.
Absolutely.
Even at halftime.
And Beaupart, even coming onto the line, came with a very excited kick. So it's a great way to set the tone and the energy for your teammates and for your line as they start the second half. We like to call it pumped in, locked up.
That's true. And if you want to see is a short field turnover, cheer with the block, catch block at that. Win finding the aforementioned cheer. Going with the hammer. Maya Moore on the receiving end, and that's how you start things off if you're a McMaster. You get the break out of half. It's 7-4 now.
It's a great way to set the tone and show that your other team that we're not giving up yet and we are still fighting for that gold.
This is where you show your resolve if you're the offensive line and the coaching staff of Cassandra Jaffray and Katie Saborski. What are you going to dial up line-wise and maybe strategically as well? McMaster sticking tried and true with their upwind and downwind lines.
And the wind has just picked up even more too.
Both teams still got the cheers going on. We do like that. Energy still remains high here, and a final to take place still today. So mentioned already that both of these teams did not have to go through the Friday qualifier, and that's always a benefit, certainly.
It also allowed some of the players to take their time to come up to Brampton or come down to Brampton and scout out the competition as well.
Yes. That cannot be understated, actually. Final will take place at 1:15. For those keeping track, and the hard cap will go off at 12:50. So about 22 minutes from now. Is that in bounds? Ruled in bounds by Rob Langridge, the closest observer to that sideline. Beausoleil now. Inside to Clement. Clement at the pylon. Going a safe reset to Goulet. Spinning around is Peterson, and number 7, Peterson, will make the grab for the score. That's how you respond after getting broken the first time around on an 0 point out of half, is to get a clean hold. Kind of stymie some of that momentum, some of the cheers potentially from the McMaster side.
Looks like one of the Haka twins is going on the line. I met the Haka twins earlier. Lovely people. And I never realized that they were sisters and twins. So when I played against them this summer when they were on Incognito, I just thought it was the same player with a killer endurance.
Okay. So you found out later on, hey, it's actually twins out here.
But they've got that twin power.
Twin power on that line. Only one of them is on the field right now. That's Chichio Haka along with Cheer, who's been a main stalwart on this line going right to left. Maya Moore, who made the hammer catch earlier, is also out on the field. Bit of a delay here, not sure what for. Some players rushing water bottles off the field as Clement set to pull, having to play lots of minutes. This is the tricky part because you have about 25 minutes of the hard cap, and that's if the game ends right away at the hard cap. Otherwise, it could go later, just like that game earlier with McGill opening Manitoba Open. So how are you going to manage the mileage on these players? That's what we're going to have to find out.
Especially because the winner of this game has a game in 15 minutes right after.
Chichi Ohaka now on the far side. And a drop from McDonald, and that could prove very costly right now if Ottawa punches it in. I don't want to ever say it's curtains or good night for a team, but certainly if they go down 5 points with about 19 minutes left, it could be quite devastating. Clement going into the end zone. And Ottawa scores another break. Kate Clement, what a great shot there, finding Beausoleil.
Nice little celebration there for the GGs.
You have a gunslinger like Clement who's been playing for a long time, for what I've been told, and growing up in that Wicked West program, then graduating up to Stella. You have a gunslinger like that on your O-line that can cross over, then make plays like that. It's very devastating to stop, and we're seeing that right now. So McMaster searching for some answers here. Time certainly not on their side. I know that's an old adage we often use, but certainly not on their side right now. But they got to think 1 point at a time. You can't really worry about getting breaks in chunks right now. You got to get the hold and then try to get a break.
And that's a key important thing for players to think of when they're on the field. It's so easy to think about the next play and then you get a simple drop near your end zone. So it's really important to be in that moment. Just go back to your basics, stick to your basics, and sometimes even look for the easy pass.
We were told Manitoba was leading the other semifinal. I know a lot of people had predicted the number 1 seed Laval to get there. So Manitoba, with a much smaller squad, has a lead. We're going to confirm that for you. We'll have one of our members of our commentary team go check that out. Ma almost had a tumble and lost the disc. This zone look from Ottawa is good as well because it might take a lot of time off the clock, so to speak, making McMaster throw a lot of throws.
You know, it's really interesting. I'm noticing with McMaster's zone that their cutters are a little deep and they're really throwing it and swinging it between each other handlers. But then as soon as they hit Slomansky, she just guns it down the line.
Stall count, climbing. Pop pass over to Cowenberg.
But definitely not having your cutters pop in during a zone makes it really challenging for the handlers.
Now they got that downfield shot. Can they continue it though? Beaupart. Non-stop motor for Beaupart, the Canyon product, as we mentioned. Shemlansky sees Ma going into the end zone, is going to look for her. And caught it, but upon ground contact, lost possession. Looks like an injury going to be called as well. Hoping Ma's going to be okay there, coming off the field. Master saying their zone here, trying to get a short field turnover. Is their aim. Pearson, nice throw through the cup. Thought about the huck. Was Hannah Grizik. But instead, it's reset, and they'll continue to work their offense. That throw was batted, and that little redirection is going to work out for McMaster.
Well, it's interesting how University of Ottawa's approach to the zone was to thread the needle through each pass.
Kallenberg, 2 hands for the grab. They need that one. And now got to get some breaks. 3rd assist there for Shimlansky. So you know they're probably going to go zone, but with the time the way it is, Kat, it's sort of like it's a good strategy in some ways, but it also can burn you a little bit too as you're trying to continue to stay in this game and make a comeback.
I think the best way to do is, especially, and I've seen it in other teams if they are zoned, is to do quick passes to each other, pop in, quick passes, and make an easy but fast, patient point. I don't even know if that makes sense.
Certainly, if you're McMaster now on the defensive side, you want a lot of you want a lot of throws, but you want to try to get a block closer to the Ottawa end zone. A deep pull here could help, and then certainly setting that zone up. They've loaded up a few taller players. Moore is still out there, as well as Zoe Wind. And they've added someone that we haven't seen as much in Pinel on the field, a rookie on this team. Add some more height and length, and I expect to see some of those players in the cup right now. Cheer is not pulling, who mostly does this, so Elin Yates instead going to do that, and I expect Cheer to kind of be on the mark, it looks like, for this McMaster side. Potential miscommunication. It's happened a couple times now for Ottawa, with Clement now receiving. It looks like straight person here with Cheer on Shannon in that matchup. Peterson sees Shannon going. We'll hit her with a nice floaty backhand. Shannon continuing it over, and that's some smooth, buttery offense from Ottawa.
A nice little Orleans duo. Both of them come from Orleans. We actually have a small community of the Gigi's from Orleans. And as a captain, Mackenzie Roussel likes to say, Orleans is the center of the universe.
You know, as a Torontonian, I often think Toronto's the center of the universe, but from what I'm hearing, it's actually Orleans. So now you know a little bit more here.
You'll have to come visit.
I do. Hey, the next semi is pretty close right now. It's Manitoba up 9-7, so that's a close one over there. Timeout has been called here. See if we can get clarification on who called the timeout. Ottawa, the one calling the timeout, and hey, that's a tried. I've been on my soapbox before about the timeouts. That's a tried and true tactic, and is very viable because it's within the rule set. Kat, do you agree?
Agreed. Theo, if you have 2 timeouts, you got to use them. Otherwise, why give 2 timeouts?
You're not going to take them home with you to Ottawa.
Or Orleans.
Or Orleans, it's true. Or wherever else you live, so. After this contest will be the finals. Currently with Manitoba leading, that it would be them. Don't think many people had that on their bingo card because they went 1-2 yesterday. Had to dispatch Sherbrooke, and then going up against the number 1 seed Laval, who's won the Quebec Regionals pretty handily, defeating McGill in the final. Ma had taken the injury sub earlier and is now not on the field. Sue Payne going to work in the backfield with Shemlansky. Beaupart is just everywhere right now for this McMaster team. I know that throw didn't work out to V. Nguyen, but Beaupart's been really impressive just buzzing around the downfield space. Nice up the line cut, but the wind kind of took that one on Kira Watson. You see so many Ottawa defenders going downfield to take away the huck. They know what the MO is for McMaster.
They know exactly what Schlemansky wants. You know, if you got the arm, you got to use it.
Open up the arm, that's what they say. Zone look here from McMaster. Cote resetting, but a flub in the end zone. So now a short field for McMaster. Shumlansky now. Probably going to isolate Beaupart is my thought. Instead, it's another teammate in Cowenberg, but Cowenberg cannot reel that one in.
Well, this is the
too much zip on that one.
Well, this is the first end zone I see where the bail actually placed themselves directly behind the handler, which the handler didn't have the chance to look behind and see their open bail.
Ottawa going to be content here just to work it back and forth. But it's swatted away. Su Ping coming through.
Another wicked player from Ottawa.
And there's a lot of connection out here. Zoe Wind as well. This McMaster team had played for Crank in the past. But Shumlansky's going to throw another assist, finding Bohm Edwards. Speaking of Ottawa players. Shumlansky's 4th assist of the game as they bring the score within 10-6, but time certainly not on their side.
You know, but I'm loving McMaster's cheer because it still looks like their head is in the game and they're still ready to keep pushing, to keep fighting for a higher score point.
All you can do is fight. Maybe some weird bounces happen. You really never know. So that's what they have to do right now. Berth in the finals on the line here. Semi-final action coming at you. Thank you for tuning in once again. The women's final still to come, and then also the open final. The open semis will take place in the next time slot. Goulet now with the disc. Very open player downfield for Ottawa, but they don't hit him. Annika Steele. Goulet looking for Wardle. But it's going to be a turnover, and McMaster, can they take advantage? Cheer has played every point going right to left. They have not crossed over players like Shumlansky onto this side when they go right to left.
And we see the Oaxaca twins as well, so hopefully we see some twin sister power.
Yeah, you mentioned already the twin connection. Chichi Oaxaca has it. It's going to launch this one. It's going to be short and caught by Clement. Clement just turned around and got a free block. Add that to the stat sheet. Nice grab from Wardle. And Goulet, that is actually a trickier grab than it looks. Going with a lot of momentum and having to catch it behind you. Coming up the line to Goulet. Goulet resets it to Clement. Clement going across the field and right into the hands of Cheer. Throw's gonna hang, but caught by Chichi Ohaka. And then looking for her sister. It's blocked, tapped, and almost caught again. Little Plinko action happening. But the disc will go back to Ottawa.
And there's a foul call, so it is uncontested foul call, so it'll be going back to McMaster.
Amari now with it for the Marauders. Resetting it to Wind. Wind thought about Cheer. Cheer's going to go back into the open side. Cheer in power position. Looking for Amari. Layout grab. And a break for McMaster.
And that brings the score 10-7 for the University of Ottawa.
Time ticking, but can they get a couple short field turnovers and make things tricky? That's the hope.
These are the most crucial, important time is to keep your head in the game. You may have such a little time, but so much can happen in that little short amount of time that you have left.
Going to be curious to see if the GGs use one of those timeouts. Certainly wouldn't fault them if they chose to do so. Clement back out on the field, getting some water from a teammate. (9-8) Manitoba the scoreline, so it's spicy over there as well. A little bit of a closer scoreline than what we have right now, but McMaster is certainly hoping to change that with a couple points. I'm going to have to deal with a four-person cup here. Shimlansky in the deep space. Nice shot right through the cup. That's what you don't want to see. That throw went backwards, but Beaulieu gets that one. Goulet finds Clement. This handler core very confident against the zone look. And they move so quickly. Beaulieu finds Wardle. No timeout needed. They're just going to run some smooth offense.
You know, sometimes the best thing to do is just go back to your basics and play some easy ultimate.
Wardle's third goal of the game, a clean hold for Ottawa, and that pretty much puts this game out of reach. Tie game over there, I've been told. Wow. Laval and Manitoba. So maybe some people had Manitoba in the final because of the early lead, but Laval trying to make things very interesting. Players being called, some confusion perhaps over there of who's going on.
Not only to confuse it, but they call her Mac, and they're playing McMaster.
Yeah, that's not going to help you. The horn has gone off. If the score is correct over on the other side, that should be Universe here. Ottawa now has booked their spot into the final, and they're awaiting their opponent, so they're going to be curious of who is taking the game in that other contest. And we'll have that game for you at 1:15 local time. So stay tuned for that. Kat, you'll be on the call with me again, so we're excited for that one. Ottawa looking for a title. Laval, they came second last year. Manitoba, a little bit of a tougher run last season, so all teams trying to go for a title as the defending champs will not repeat this year. Moore finds Amari for the score. Moore's had a good game as well. Amari a couple goals to her name. But that's how the game is going to end. Ottawa is headed to the final.
You can feel the energy on the field.
That energy they're going to have to maintain as they go to the final. Kat and I are going to go check out the other semifinal because we want to see what's going on. But we'll be back here at 1:15 local for the women's final.
I love working with the team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team. Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing ultimate frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied. To step away from real life and focus on frisbee.
I play because I love ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 Welcome into the women's final at the Canadian University Ultimate Championships, the 2024 edition here in Brampton, Ontario. Two undefeated heavyweights going at it, Ottawa and Laval. Laval coming off a thrilling, and I mean thrilling, comeback to defeat Manitoba. Had to score to force Universe, then won on Universe over this feisty Manitoba side to get to the final. Laval was here a year ago. Ottawa was not. They lost in the semifinals and avenged that just now. So Theo Wan here with Kat Fortin bringing you the action. It's going to be a great final. Last year's bronze medalists out now on defense in the dark jerseys. I should say the black jerseys to clarify. Laval in the reds.
And today we're going to try to have a bit of a bilingual live stream parce qu'on a du français avec l'Université de Laval qui est présent.
Yeah, some en français here from Kat Fortin as a drop from Laval. That's Kayla Breton. Not able to reel that one in. So Ottawa going to have a chance with their D-line, mostly O-line players on the field. We saw this as well in their game against McMaster. Clement going deep, looking for Shannon. Boxing out, huge block from Mia Catran-Lucier. Laval just choosing to huck that one into the Ottawa side of the field. Peterson now was solid in the game against McMaster. This throw is going to be too low to be scooped up. So the wind, it is warmer, Kat, but the wind is picking up as well.
This is a great opportunity for zone. This is probably the strongest gusts of wind we've received since all weekend.
Yeah, so it so happens to be in the final. That's when the wind chooses to come out. Lucier, who had the block earlier with the disc now.
Would it really be a CUC without a weather coincidence?
It's true. Alar now played for Quest and Cube in the past. A lot of these players kind of flip-flop. Some choosing to play Quest this year, some choosing to play Cube. That's what happened in the Quebec City Ultimate scene this past summer. That throw is going to evade the arms of Alar, a big-time player for this Laval side. Peterson now has Shannon unmarked, but instead will throw it right into the arms of Alar. Big around throw coming, but Ottawa will get their hands on it with Beaulieu. You can probably hear the wind in our mics, folks, as it's quite windy now in Brampton compared to, as Kat mentioned, in previous contests. Probably the strongest it's been, as Kat mentioned, all weekend. So turns are going to come, and it's going to be which team can ride the waves of that momentum.
We're looking at winds at 22 kilometers per hour.
Definitely starting to pick up here. Marianne Fortier, the lefty, zipping it in, finding Gravel. Alex Gravel needs a reset, trying to go with that tricky IO shot, but with the wind the way it is, that's not going to work out. That's tough.
Got to put a lot of spin, especially with the wind, and a lot of IO, I've heard.
Clement finding Shannon, and Ottawa will get the break to start this contest off. You power line and it works out for you.
And that is a dynamic duo that Kate Clement was talking about yesterday. Her and Lily Shannon finally are remaking that connection after failing a couple of dynamic duos in the McMaster game.
So if you're Laval, does anything need to change?
Ben, je pense que avec c'est encore le début. On vient de voir beaucoup de vent, donc ça serait un bon moment juste encore de jouer régulièrement, puis vraiment commencer et puis peut-être mettre une ligne plus forte que celle de l'Université d'Ottawa pour voir s'il pourrait avoir un avantage.
And for Laval, they're just coming off, Kat, this thrilling win that they had to start a little bit close to when they ended. So certainly that has its advantages. You could be really up with that because you're just coming off a win, but Ottawa also got a bit of the rest.
Exact. L'Université de Laval vient tout juste de gagner sur un point univers contre l'Université de Manitoba. Donc, aussitôt qu'ils ont fini leur game, ils devaient revenir au terrain et puis jouer une autre game. Et puis, ils n'ont pas vraiment eu du temps pour se reposer. Tandis que l'Université d'Ottawa, ils ont eu la chance de se reposer, de se parler en équipe et vraiment trouver une façon de se motiver pour la prochaine game.
That disc is going to travel into the Laval end zone. Flavie Fortin, 21 points for Cube at CUC. That throw not going to work out, looking like they're going upwind a bit more. Clement back out on the field. Looking for Shannon, and it works out again. 77, she's doing the shrug. 77 to 21. Not the start that you want if you're Laval.
Another dynamic duo point.
Leah Morneau, Laurence Drouin, the coaching staff for Laval. This team last won a title in 2018, were second last year.
Et aussi, de 2017 à 2019, l'équipe de l'Université de Laval, ils ont gagné le Spirit of the Game 3 ans consécutifs.
Spirited team, that's what you're telling me.
C'est un bon esprit, avec beaucoup d'encouragement. On entend beaucoup de sidelines sur les deux bords de l'Université de Laval, qui est vraiment un point important pour les équipes. Juste d'avoir du monde à être capable d'indiquer et de parler à leur équipe et puis leur donner de l'encouragement.
This team wanting to best their finish from last year, second place. Losing to McMaster, who just fell in the semis in that rivalry contest with Ottawa. They're still going to mix in some O-line pieces, though, like Beaulieu and Peterson. We're going to try to get you some updates of the Open semis as well. That's taking place, and then the Open final will conclude our day here. So thank you again for tuning to all the coverage. Zone look here from Ottawa right now. Laval still looking for their first point of the contest. You hear the sideline saying it's break time for Ottawa here. The open final taking place at 3 o'clock for those keeping track at home.
L'Université de Laval, ils ont un bon mouvement entre les handlers, étant capable de faire une passe vraiment calme, être capable de faire du mouvement sur le terrain.
Tremblay Jimenez with the grab. The number 6 in red finds a reset. Lucier. Inside shot, not in just yet. Now it's a score for Laval. Fortier finds Tremblay Jimenez.
Et c'est super d'avoir un point comme ça parce que ça leur donne vraiment la chance et puis ça montre à l'Université d'Ottawa qu'ils sont pas finis puis sont prêts à revenir et vraiment présenter une finale excitante. On veut toujours avoir une game excitante qui est une finale.
Now we'll have our first look at the Ottawa offensive line. They had Clara Goulet, who played for Ottawa Crank this past summer, kind of really controlling the backfield space for them, wearing the green hat and the black jerseys. Speaking of Team Orange, my eyes don't deceive me, right, Kat? They were wearing orange before. They've switched to the greens. Is that correct?
That is completely correct. A new fashion line has come out, probably because the orange clashes with the red and yellow.
Yeah, that's true. So we have Ethan Lang and Sandra Hansen, your observers for this game. It's the final game, so you expect to have observers.
And Ethan Lang is actually one of the youngest observers in Canada, being only 17. He just turned 17 on Thursday. Happy birthday, Ethan.
Huge layout block. So Laval will take advantage. Thought about the huck, instead underneath. Gendron. As Laval on the move, trying to get a break back. Finding Anani. Need the lefty going inside. Good effort from Gilbert. But it's going to be a drop, and disc will go into the possession of Ottawa unless there's going to be a call here. Some discussion to be had here, and the youngster Ethan Lang right in the thick of it. Son of famed observer Ken Lang, if Ken's watching in the audience. Hello to you, Ken. This will go back to Ottawa here. This is an Ottawa offensive point. Throw's gonna pop, but Shannon is sure to be there. Has Wardle. And Wardle will snag it with the right hand. Shannon finding Wardle, so Shannon has an assist and 2 goals to her name.
And I know Wardle is so excited with this game, being this could be her very last CUUC game. You know, did you know, apparently she is 10 years older than the youngest player on the University of GG's. So,
wow,
this is a definition of a veteran player.
That's a veteran presence, as they say, veteran presence. I like on the Laval side, all the players going together, showing unity, coming to the line. Not all of them are, of course, going to be on the field, but certainly it shows a lot of team chemistry.
Et avec une zone que l'Université d'Ottawa, ils ont mis sur Laval, ils étaient super à être vraiment calmes avec les passes, puis être capables de vraiment faire un mouvement du disque sur le terrain jusqu'au end zone. Mais le vent est vraiment, vraiment fort, puis malheureusement, il y a juste des fumbles.
You got to understand that there's the sweet taste of revenge. That's what Laval is hoping to get as they're trying to go from second to first here. That's their hope. Some score updates coming for you. McGill versus Queens in the open side semis. McGill up 2-1. UVic just got a hold, and they're up 2-1 in their matchup with Ottawa.
You know, I was talking to Gigi's, and they were just saying, it's a deja vu from last year's CUUC. We're playing McMaster, and the Open is playing UVic.
UVic had a great run last year, coming in second. UVic knocked off Queens, the defending champs, in pool play. Speaking of pool play, both of these teams on the field right now that you're watching went 3-0. Needs a reset. Good effort from Lucier, but it's going to go the way of Ottawa. So Ottawa already has 2 breaks, trying to get another to their name. Bouillot set to pick up now, number 22. Plays for Stella, excuse me. Going around. Beausoleil now. Couple fakes. Back to Bouillot. Beausoleil torching the matchup, but there's too much traffic in front to get that throw off. Beausoleil now into the end zone. And Laval providing some pressure, made sure that was not complete. That's a huge end zone stand, especially early in this game.
Ils ont fait une super job sur leur position défensive de l'Université de Laval en créer le trafic qu'on avait vu tantôt. Emma Beaulieu avait de la misère à trouver ses joueuses de Gigi's parce que juste ils ont été capables de fermer le côté open.
Bouillot now with a short field turnover from the side from Quebec City. Going into the end zone is Beausoleil for the score, celebrating with the teammates now on the far side. So a third break now for this Ottawa side. Laval choosing to call a timeout. What does Laval need to do to get back in this contest?
Peut-être prendre une petite pause. Ils viennent tout juste de jouer une autre game contre l'Université de Manitoba. Ils ont vraiment pas eu la chance de se reposer et de vraiment il faut se enlever de la dernière game et puis se rapporter à une nouvelle game et puis recommencer dès du début. Donc maintenant, ce serait une bonne chance pour le coach de leur donner cette motivation puis leur laisser savoir que il faut se présenter, c'est une nouvelle game, il faut vraiment revenir plus fort puis il faut gagner la médaille d'or.
Timeout. Gonna mean we're gonna take a break. Can you take us out in français?
Oui, on reviendra dans quelques minutes. Il y a une timeout qui a été appelée, donc on va être de retour bientôt.
Back in for some more first half action. Laval out here on offense. Just got broken. They've been broken 3 times so far as the score is 4-1. And that's not going to help their cause either.
C'est le vent. En ce moment, il y a tellement de vent et puis ça pousse le disque puis ça cause des turnovers puis on peut voir sur les deux bords aussi.
Ottawa trying to take advantage, but it's swatted away. Mia Catherine Lucier. Played for Quest this past summer. Forte, another member of that Quest side that definitely overachieved and beat the seed that they had. Had a great run at CUC. You can see the disc fluttering a little bit and made it hard for Anani to make the catch. Clement up the line. Already 2 assists to her name for 77. Just a second-year player on this Ottawa side. That throw's going to pop up. It's swatted away by Laval.
Une super belle façon de se débarrasser du disque de ton end zone, c'est de le remettre sur leur bord et de leur côté. Now, I've just checked, the wind gust is now at 33.
Okay, so it's definitely higher. That's what you're telling me. This will make it very interesting for the rest of this final and potentially the open final as well. Goulet's throw gonna hang. Nice job by Wardle to read it. That gets bumped by Lucier, but gonna maintain possession, not even call a foul. It's certainly warm. There's just a bit of wind here making things a little bit difficult for throwers. Wardle resets to Goulet. Goulet might go every other on this D-line offensive point here. And we'll do so with Clement.
I'm really liking Alex Wardle's veteran communication, telling her cutters to come more forward.
Knee swatting that one. Goulet's going to call a foul.
Oui, on dirait qu'il y a une faute qui a été appelée par l'Université d'Ottawa. On est en train de parler avec l'équipe vert, nos observers.
How do you say observer en français? I'm not sure if I definitely don't know.
Les observateurs.
Observator. But it's Goulet who will throw the assist, finding Grizik, excuse me. Grizik, I got it right the first time. Grizik's going to get the goal.
I had the chance to play with Grizik this summer. Wonderful.
So now you know the name.
Exactly. For the first beginning part, I thought her name was Yulia, and I thought Yulia was Hannah Grizik, and then luckily her father was there to tell me otherwise.
Goulet gained the first assist of the game for herself. 5-1 the scoreline. Things potentially getting away from this Laval side. I like that the team is going together, marching down to the offensive side of the field, but they got to search for some answers right now. A couple of drops here and there, a couple of throw miscues, especially a long one that was to no one. So Laval coming off that high of the win over Manitoba, you could sometimes see that emotional letdown happening.
C'est ça. Et comme j'ai dit tantôt, il faut vraiment s'enlever de la game avant et puis se représenter à une nouvelle game puis vraiment casser cette mentalité parce que tu es dans une nouvelle game et puis se reconcentrer et puis avoir le but en tête qui est la médaille d'or.
Boyle with the pull. Crossing over multiple times is number 22. Zone look from the GGs right now. Allard just reset the disc, and now they're going to try to work things through here with Fortier wearing the visor. And that throw is not going to work out, so things continuing to unravel for this Laval side. They're going to have to really put some pressure on with their defense.
C'était un peu dur parce que l'offensive, quand l'Université de Laval était en offensive, on n'avait pas les cutters en train de se présenter dans la coupe qui était tellement agrandie pour empêcher les gros hawks.
Call being made here as Team Green, we're going to call them.
Notre équipe verte, nos observateurs.
I think a couple of players thinking that disc was for the other. Rose Magneto Tremblay was one of those targets for Laval. A player for Laval going down. I don't think it was injury. It was looking like a foul, and that's been resolved quite quickly. Peterson was trying to drive up line. Such a powerful cutter for this team. Mentioned before, playing for Iris in the fall series along with Beausoleil. Pearson going up the line and will receive the pass for the score. Ottawa is rolling right now, up 6-1.
Donc le score, c'est 6-1 pour l'Université d'Ottawa contre l'Université de Laval.
Looking like Ottawa just got a big score over on the open side. We hear cheers from behind our vantage point. So Ottawa and UVic going to be in a highly contested semi. Same thing with Queens and McGill. Yeah, we need the 360 cam. I'm hearing from our camera operator, Thomas Stanton. I don't know if, does it actually, oh, it does.
And it looks like we've also got a Team Orange on that on that game, which is probably a good idea. With those semifinals, you never know.
Yeah, apparently Ottawa has broke back, so it's 3-2 Ottawa on the far side. Brandon Adibay giving us score updates, so appreciate that. One of those semifinals does not have an observer, though. That I know for certain, because I was told that before the game. We saw the women's semi with Laval and Manitoba also not have observers, and there was a couple calls that could have gone either way. Laval back on offense, searching desperately for a hold here. Gilbert. And more flub catches here. That is not what Laval ordered. Certainly that's what Ottawa fans ordered, of course. And Goulet, now you got the gunslinger Goulet and Clement on the field. Trying to really punctuate this first half right now. Clement doing a little dance though. He's gonna get it up line. About 5 yards away. Inside shot to Chloe Rosenblum, a rookie on this team, getting on the score sheet. Played with West this past summer.
And this is her first year playing Alter Frisbee ever. She came from high school where she tried it for the first time. She enjoyed it and then picked it up at the university level and picked it up over the summer playing Wicked. And I spoke to her and she loves the sport so much.
That's what we said before, how for a lot of these players, some of you will pick it up in university. So we want to make sure that continues to happen, and we'll see you on the club stage and perhaps on the Team Canada stage, which we've seen with a few players throughout the complex. Just got an update that the Queens and McGill Open game is now tied. Queens just broke back, so now it's tied 3-all. We'll try to get you some other updates. I know that there was an ask about that in the chat. We just don't have enough boots on the ground for that. So we'll try our best, but no promises. So I think this is pretty unprecedented right now. Ottawa taking half, perhaps 8-1. No one saw that coming.
Pas du tout. On pensait vraiment que ça aurait été une game assez proche parce que des résultats. Et puis avec la bataille que l'Université de Laval, ils ont eu contre l'Université de Manitoba, étant capable, au début, c'était l'Université de Manitoba qui gagnait 19 et l'Université de Laval, ils ont forcé un point univers en faisant 10-10. Et là, ils ont gagné le point final pour venir à la match finale.
Lar with the Scuba. Finding Fortier. Fortier has been a handler for them in the backfield space, along with Fortin. Fortin making her teammate Alar make the grab, but they retain possession, and that's what you need right now if you're Laval. They've had a couple times with some tough throwing and catching, but trying to dial it in on this point. That throw is going to be short, but caught by Rochefort. Beaulieu swats it, and Peterson will get credited with the block. Beaulieu will maybe get a half a block there. Kira Watson finds Peterson, but there's some discussion with Benoit and Peterson. Peterson been involved in a couple foul calls now. Peterson's showing a lot of good spirit right now. That's for sure.
Shaking hands is always a great sign.
Peterson dialed up the backhand. Will it stay in bounds? It will not.
Mais encore le bénéfice de le lancer sur l'autre côté du terrain, c'est au moins vous avez un avantage parce que le terrain est plus dans une zone dangereuse, étant dans votre propre coin.
Beaulieu. That throw was going to hang, but snagged with two hands by Peterson. Peterson now looking into the end zone. Looking for Grace Janveau, but it will go back to Laval. Ottawa sideline still cheering despite being up 7-1. You like that energy. That's going to permeate through up and down the roster and throughout the game. Dangerous throw, a little wobbly, but caught. Can they get some downfield movement right now? Can Laval? Rochefort. As Laval out on the move. Lucier finds a teammate there. Tremblay Jimenez. Tremblay Jimenez, high stall. And a bit of a collision, but no foul going to be called there. Bartnowski getting involved with Fortier, but the disc will roll into the favor of the GGs. Launching this one, looking for Peterson. But going back to make a play, Laval showing some hustle right now. You like to see that on their defense. Going back to try to make a play.
Et encore, le disque qui roule sur l'autre côté. Donc, c'est un avantage pour l'Université de Laval de mettre leur défense sur le côté du end zone de l'Université d'Ottawa.
I'm not sure what a Laval player was doing trying to touch the disc. This will definitely help out the Laval cause, right? The Ottawa players choosing not to. Maybe they're not handlers, but you got to stop the roll. You can't let it go all the way into your own end zone. Beaulieu looking like going to have to put up a big huck with the stall count. Rising, climbing. Going to do just that. Looking for Peterson. But getting her hands on it again, Lucier. It's a couple times now. Number 16's been involved. 4 turnovers apiece on this point. Rochefort was a first runner-up for Player of the Year in the Huckney College Awards last season, along with fellow teammate Penelope Robert, or Pipi Robert, as Laval came second last year. Millar needs something, going inside shot. That throw, just not enough juice from Fortier, causing her teammate to have to go back for it, and will hit the turf.
Et j'ai vraiment aimé la patience que l'Université de Laval ils ont eu pour retourner le disque à l'autre bord et à l'autre end zone de l'Université d'Ottawa.
Timeout called by Beaulieu as Ottawa up 7-1 here.
Donc, on vient d'appeler une time-out. Donc, on va être de retour bientôt. Et on est de retour.
I think that means over to Theo, but
Un peu, oui.
was I close?
Oui.
We'll take it. We is the answer here. Ottawa Laval squared up in this final. Peterson going with the lefty hook. Not a true lefty, but look at that throw. It's knocked away by Lucier, who's had a third block on this point. Injury called here by Laval. And we're going to go to break.
Et on avait juste un appel de blessure. L'Université de Laval, il y avait juste une joueuse qui s'est blessée. Mais on est de retour et c'est à toi, Théo.
Medical was called, and we're hoping, of course, the player is okay, as the disc will rest back in the hands of Laval, because that disc did go too far from Peterson's lefty hook. Very impressive, though. And you see Ottawa doing a better job of chasing down a disc when it's punted. Last time it went all the way to their own end zone. Bulio looking for Peterson. A couple players there. Lucier again. I think that's 4 blocks on this point alone. And just going to play a little huck and pin game right now, which will allow us to tell you that Ottawa is up 6-2 on Victoria in one of the open semis. We've heard a lot of GG cheers, and it's because they're up by a lot.
On disait tantôt que Mia Catherine Lucier avait fait 4 blocs dans le même pointage aujourd'hui.
A lot of blocks for Lucier, as you mentioned.
C'est juste quelqu'un qui est pas découragé puis veut continuer puis est vraiment la définition d'une grosse défense.
Laval slowly walking it up here. Lucier. They got the trap going on here. Trying to make things difficult. Foul will be called though by Laval.
On vient de recevoir une appel faute. Les joueurs sont en train de se parler entre eux et on a notre équipe vert, nos observateurs qui sont ici pour observer la conversation et même être considérés pour un conseil ou un avis.
Just got a score update that McGill is up on Queens in the other open semifinal, if you're interested. More discussion to be had here, as I believe this will remain Laval disc. Ottawa going along with that trap zone. More drops seem to be the case here for Laval. They've been able to get it back with Lucier, but those aren't going to help your cause down the score line the way it is. Was that caught? It was, Beaulieu. This wind really playing some tricks here. Peterson snags that out of the skies. Now inside backhand to Beaulieu for half.
Et ça,
Ottawa up 8-1.
Et ça, c'est la demi avec l'Université d'Ottawa avec 8 points contre l'Université de Laval. On sera de retour. On va prendre une petite pause pour la demi. Bonjour, on est de retour ici pour la deuxième demi de l'Université de Laval contre l'Université d'Ottawa. L'Université d'Ottawa avec 8 points et l'Université de Laval avec 1 point. On vient d'entendre l'Université de Laval en train de chanter et puis encourager leur équipe. Donc, on dirait que la game n'est pas encore finie. Et puis, on anticipe beaucoup de zones pour la deuxième demi de l'équipe de l'Université de Laval. On another note, for the University of Ottawa, a little shout out to Owen Clement, an upcoming prodigy of Kate Clement.
All right. We like that. We got fans from Ottawa. We got fans from Quebec City. Maybe throughout the country watching here. Open final set to come at you at 3 o'clock local. This game will end at 2:35 local time. Local being the Eastern time zone here in beautiful Brampton, Ontario at the Be Ultimate Showcase Field. Had the privilege of calling this game and the last one with Kat Fortin. Kat making her commentary debut this weekend and doing so en français, so we do appreciate that.
Bienvenue, ça me fait plaisir.
Ottawa on the open side currently has a 7-3 lead on Victoria. And the last score check we got was McGill being up 5-3 on Queen. So I don't think either any of these games, especially with the wind, are going to go to 15. So just, understand that. Should be about halftime as well in both of those games, just with the time cap the way it is.
Now, question for you, Theo. Would you ever
in
run
English
down?
though, right? You're gonna ask me in English.
Oh, 100%. I promise. Would you ever run down with your team holding hands?
I've been on teams that I wanted to try that. I know McGill Open does it a lot, and I think it's really cool. It's like a unifying thing. So I think more teams should do it. I think a lot of teams have embraced the come together after every point, because that's not always the case. Especially when a team gets broken, they kind of just jog back themselves.
I would hold pinkies. I'm not a fan of the clammy hands.
Okay. Well, a lot of players wear chalk. I don't know. It's not that humid right now, but certainly when it is in the summer, a lot of players will choose. Like, I don't try to high five people if I have chalk on my hands. I'll just do a little fist bump out here. Roussel and Goulet not able to connect on that one. So Laval, a chance to get a break. It would be their first of this game. But an injury now on the field. It's the aforementioned Kate Clement. So as the injury is taking place, we'll give you some score updates and choosing to not show the injury, of course, for the player involved. So Ottawa just took half, 8-3 on Victoria, and the last score check we had for McGill Queens was 5-3 McGill. We'll see if we can get a new one for you, a new score update for you as we move along. Oh, we got the 360 cam going. All right. So I don't know what you really can see out there, but perhaps you can see something. There's just a lot of trees. I'm trying to look.
We're trying to see Queens that's on the farthest
Yeah,
field.
Queens in the yellow jerseys.
But they are playing at the moment.
Clement is coming off the field, but having to be helped by a coach and player. So wish all the best for Kate Clement, a big-time player for this team, and has a promising ultimate career ahead of her. By the cheers, looks like McGill just got a score. Unclear if that's a break or not, but certainly you can see in the distance the team in white, which is McGill, cheering. As we turn our attention back to this contest with Anna Nee picking up. This is a break opportunity for Laval out of half. High stall. Great pressure there from Ottawa and Callie O'Grady.
Et on dirait, il y a un appel, on dirait une strip. In fact, fun fact, did you know Callie O'Grady does speak French too, attending Pierre Savard, a French school. So it's great because l'Université de Laval parle en français et il y a des joueuses de l'Université d'Ottawa qui parlent en français aussi. Donc c'est vraiment intéressant de voir deux équipes qui parlent français et qui peuvent se parler en français aussi.
This will remain in the hands of Laval now. Recess to Gilbert. Gilbert has knee shaking her defender in the boots. And Laval gets a break.
Et l'Université de Laval est de retour avec leur premier bris.
Hey, breaks come in pairs, threes. They're hoping for a lot of that right now. Maybe if you can get a couple more, you can start to create some doubt in this Ottawa side. That's the hope that Laval has right now with the scoreline the way it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it's the right thing.
Ottawa not coming out with the traditional O-line right now. A lot of players have played minutes in this game, but not your classic power line O for this Ottawa side. Laval has Lucier back out there, and you got to see why. Alar, as well. Makes sense with the heavy minutes they're playing as they try to make a comeback. Rochefort as well on the field, number 22 in the red jersey.
Et c'est ici où on va anticiper de voir une défense zone sur l'Université d'Ottawa. Après avoir parlé au coach de l'Université Laval, c'est ça, c'était leur but, c'était de mettre une zone avec ce vent et puis prendre avantage en utilisant le vent.
Olio is on this point to quarterback the O-line here. Zone look from Laval, trying to make things go laterally east-west.
L'Université Laval en bloquant les crashers dans leur coupe.
Finds Cote. Cote was poached for a while. Boyle will receive it right back. See Fortier kind of being the bottom of this diamond zone here in the blue visor, trying to prevent any popping passes coming in. And Ottawa imploring the players on the field to swing it to the far side, and they do just that. Finding Watson. Watson, Beaulieu, and Cote, the handler group right now.
Puis l'Université de Laval font une super bonne job en empêchant les joueuses de l'Université d'Ottawa de rentrer. Puis ça force vraiment les joueuses de l'Université d'Ottawa de seulement lancer à leur handler.
Couple players in the area, but Laval will get the pressure block there.
Une belle blocage de Tremblay-Jiménez.
Beaulieu swats it away, excuse me.
Maintenant, ça donne la chance pour l'Université de Laval de remettre leur défense de zone qui a vraiment fonctionné le premier turnover que l'Université d'Ottawa ils ont fait.
Amber Fleming resetting it, low throw, but it's scooped up by Watson.
Maintenant, l'Université de Laval font une personne-à-personne défense. Et une autre défense de Tremblay-Jimenez.
Looking back for Tremblay Jimenez, who rises up with two hands, has Rochefort, and needs a reset now with the stall count certainly climbing here. The backhand is swatted away, but there's a foul call on the mark.
Donc, l'Université de Laval appelle faute sur la marque.
Breaking the action will allow us to tell you that McGill took half on Queens in the open semi, 6-3 in a timed half. This half in this game did not go to time as Ottawa stormed out to an 8-1 lead. Laval has just gotten a break and hoping for some more here. Allard going up the line. Laval gets another point.
De Tremblay-Jimenez à Allard. Et voici un autre bris, Théo.
Oui.
Exact. Et puis c'est
I heard what you said. I heard what you said.
Mais c'est la stratégie que le coach de l'Université de Laval voulait exactement. Elle voulait mettre sa zone. Ça a bien fonctionné. Et maintenant, l'Université de Laval, oui, peut-être le score, c'est 8-3. Par contre, on vient de recevoir un time-out de l'Université d'Ottawa qui aussi veut dire que peut-être l'université commence à se sentir un peu frustrée. Des fois, sometimes other universities will call a timeout out of frustration or try and kill the momentum that the other team has.
Breaking the action means break for us. We'll be back.
Et on est de retour avec l'Université de Laval qui va commencer sur la défense. Et ça va être leur chance de remettre leur zone qu'on a vu tantôt qui fonctionnait super bien. Oh, désolé, c'est l'Université de Laval et non l'Université de Laval. Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Laval Excellence, their team name and their school known as the Rouge et Or.
Rouge et Or.
Goulet keeping things moving here over the Beausoleil. Beausoleil has Shannon now. Goulet drawing a couple defenders. Peterson going up line. Will get the pass and the hold. That's what they needed to stem off a potential Laval comeback. Clean hold at that. The McGill Open team just got a break out of half, so they are up 7-3 on the defending champions, Queens Gales. Queens had a rocky start in the season. They dropped a game to Toronto, and it has kind of filtered throughout their year. They lost to Victoria yesterday. Victoria in tough right now against Ottawa on the men's side. So both teams trying to make the Ottawa sweep. The score, if it holds with time the way it is, the women on their way to a title and the men trying to do the same here.
Et on dirait encore de l'autre terrain, l'Université de Ottawa. Eux, ils viennent tout juste de gagner un point. Et oui, c'est drôle avec les universités, les noms, parce que l'Université d'Ottawa, eux, ils disent de Ottawa ou de apostrophe Ottawa. On a, je pense, UDM, Université de Montréal. Donc, c'est unique que Université Laval, il n'y a pas de dedans. Mais merci encore.
And if you want to do some history right now, why don't you put in the chat, when's the last time the Ottawa women's team won a CUUC title? Put it in the chat and we'll let you know the answer in a couple of minutes. When's the last time they won a title? Don't go looking on the website either. No cheating.
Donc, on a un petit concours. Pouvez-vous deviner la dernière fois que l'Université d'Ottawa, ils ont gagné une médaille d'or? Et puis, vous n'avez pas le droit de rechercher la réponse non plus parce que ça, c'est du trichage.
Alar having to navigate the zone with Lucier. Tremblay Jimenez resetting it to Fortier. Bobble though from Tremblay Jimenez will give the disc back to Ottawa. And Ottawa not really relenting here. They got Goulet and Peterson out on this point. Peterson now with the disc. Has Madera going deep. Instead we'll locate Shannon in the underspace. Shannon's been really impactful for this team. Getting a lot of yards underneath, but that throw is blocked. No contest from Malar.
Une appel faute avec aucun contest.
See some answers coming through, so if you want to add your answer, you can do so as a block from Laval, but a foul called by Goulet. The trivia question we're asking is, when's the last time the U Ottawa women's team, if this score line were to hold, they would win a title? So when's the last time they won a championship? Put it in the chat. We'll give you the answer probably in the next point.
Honnêtement, après avoir l'appel faute, moi je pense que c'est une défense très propre. Je pense que la joueuse Nadeau Tremblay a été capable de vraiment faire une belle défense sans avoir affecté la joueuse Goulet. Et l'appel a été contesté, ça revient à Shannon.
Pearson can't run that one down, so Laval will get a reprieve at least for now. Thor going up, almost caught there. Good effort from Gravel, but Peterson will be on the backside to knock that one away. Shannon. Sending it to Goulet. Open side backhand and instead finds Erica Swiss. Swiss is then rejected by Lucier. That's got to be like 6 blocks for number 16 in this game.
Honnêtement, Mia Catherine Lucier a vraiment faim pour le disque. Et elle a vraiment faim pour sa médaille d'or.
Some contact, but there will be no call there. Lucier working with give and go with Fortier. Fortier going deep. Madeira with the left-hand block. Swiss with the grab. Working on this team, resetting it, finding Goulet. Goulet inside shot. It's a great look, but just too far from Madeira.
Après avoir parlé avec le coach Université de Laval, il disait que malheureusement, il y a beaucoup de blessures. C'est la dernière game du tournoi. C'est vraiment commun de trouver beaucoup de blessures et avec des joueuses super fortes. Et puis encore, d'après avoir joué une grosse game contre l'Université de Manitoba juste avant de courir sur le terrain pour commencer leur deuxième joute.
Goulet gonna pop this one up, looking for Shannon. But who else but Lucier, number 16 right now? Says, is that right? Numero says?
Numéro 16.
Numero says out there.
How many Ds are we at for her?
We're not even keeping a tracker. We should, because it's got to be close to 10, no?
I think it's past my fingers that I can count for her Ds.
Lucier trying to find Fortier. Those two have been the quarterbacking handlers. This is a war of attrition now on this point. Both teams quite tired. The legs got to be heavy right now. Both teams having only played 2 days, but still a lot of games for these players. Then you got class tomorrow. Hopefully they can take class off. I don't know. I know I got to hit the office tomorrow.
I've heard this year has been the most challenging year for university students to take time off. There are teachers that are making them pay for a referral, or some teachers that are making their exam worth 80% of their mark if it's referred. So it's been really challenging for players to take time off to come to this tournament.
Yeah, Toronto had suffered some of that as Ottawa just scores here to make it 10-3. Toronto had a couple of their big players having to take midterms on Friday, and then they were not able to make it out of the Friday qualifier. So definitely affects some things, and we of course thank the student athletes for their commitment to not only their studies but also to their team and the sport. And to answer the trivia question, Kaylee Sparks, maybe you're on that team, but you are correct. Ding, 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 you have a winner. 2010 is the answer. So Sparks been a fixture in the Ottawa scene, so thank you for tuning in and wherever you are.
Kelly Sparks also shout out being a coach of the University of Ottawa. She coached me as well when I played back in 2015, and is also a coach on Wicked this year too. So recognizing a lot of her own players this summer on the field as we speak. Oh, and Kaylee Sparks shout out for being the new U24 assistant coach for the women's team.
I was right. As we keep things going here, Laval trying another point to their tally here, down 10-3. See if we can get some other score updates. Ottawa up 9-4 on Victoria on the open side. McGill continue to hold their lead, so it'd be a McGill-Ottawa final. Great effort from Laval, but cannot come up with that one, is Chloe Laflamme. That open final will take place at 3 o'clock, and that will wrap up our coverage for this weekend. And we thank you for tuning in as this throws a jump ball Caught by Ottawa.
Caught by the one and only O'Grady. I was just telling Brandon yesterday, I've never seen O'Grady not smile as she plays.
I mean, I can say the same for you in the booth. You have not stopped smiling, Kat, so appreciate that. Zone look here from Ottawa once again. Inside shot, but can they get the next pass? That's the question. And now a turnover will give it back to the Ottawa side here. Beaulieu is back out on the field. Inside, finds O'Grady with the right-hand snag, going across her body to make that play. We're sending it to Watson. O'Grady, good layout effort from O'Grady. That though just didn't have enough lift on it. Knee going deep. Nice grab there from Laval. And some good layout efforts from both sides. You wouldn't know that the scoreline the way it is. Both teams trying to give it their fight right now.
J'aime vraiment la stratégie que l'Université Laval ils ont appliquée. On dirait que l'Université d'Ottawa sont en train de mettre une stack verticale et Laval sont en train de fermer les in-cuts. Mais avec le vent et les passes que l'Université d'Ottawa ils font, ils ont juste assez de vent et puis de pouvoir d'être capable d'aller autour des joueuses de Laval. Et there goes O'Grady with another point. O'Grady is another one who picked up Ultimate in high school, then started playing club with Oz Ultimate, then fell in love with the sport, started playing with the University of Ottawa, and is now on her second year of playing Ultimate Frisbee.
You'll love to see it. The pipelines, Laval going to get some pipeline from the different programs in their area in Quebec City. So we have Quest represented as well as Cube. Mentioned some of the players have been playing for those teams this past summer. Lucier, a star player for them, playing for Quest. Ottawa has taken a 10-4 lead on Victoria, so I think they've sealed their ticket to the Open Final, and McGill is up 9-3 over Queens. So, trying to give you score updates of that. We don't have eyes on the bronze medal match, so unfortunately we can't give you a score update there. Only so many resources. So right now, this has been a round of blowouts so far. We're seeing that in the final, and then we're seeing that in the semis as well. Four minutes left on the clock here as Hardcap coming in at 2:35.
Donc, il nous reste 4 minutes de la game parce que la game va finir à 2h35. Bon effort sur la part de Laval avec un layout. Et on looks like Clement is back on the field.
Yeah, love to see that because had gone down with the injury earlier. Allard now has thought about going deep, but a couple players covering that area. Over to Lucier. Nice little inside to Fortier. Fortier going into the end zone. And it's reeled in for Laval. Rule the goal.
Un autre point pour Laval. Comme le coach a dit, il faut juste qu'il se sent patient et puis se rappeler qu'il faut retourner à nos systèmes. Et puis ça, c'est le point de Émilie Picard.
Like to see the spirit between Lucier and Beaulieu walking together and chatting after the point. That's nice to see. Laval scoring their 4th point there.
Et on verra s'ils vont mettre une autre zone encore.
And if you're Laval, you're trying to finish this game out strong. Came second last year, gonna have the same result this year, but you want to build some good momentum into future tournaments. Would love to see them in the spring series. I know Ottawa has tried as well, and we saw that success on the open side.
Et Laval de retour avec leur zone et empêchant les cutters de couper dans leur coupe. Puis maintenant, ils ont forcé un turnover.
And a knee. The lefty handler doing a lot of the heavy lifting for this Rouge et Or side. Or Laval Excellence. Going with the around that's going to hang, but caught.
De Gilbert encore.
Gilbert thought about the up line. It's going to go down the line.
Et un point bris pour Breton. Et encore, ils sont jamais découragés, Laval. Ils continuent à batailler pour le pointage. Même s'il reste 1 minute, ils sont encore là. Ils ont encore leur esprit. Puis ils ont encore toute l'équipe en train de s'encourager. Tu peux même voir leur petite danse, leur célébration de victoire dans le end zone. Donc, il nous reste environ 10 secondes avant qu'on va entendre la cloche. Puis, ça va être notre dernier point ici avec Laval sur la défense. And that is our horn.
C'est final.
Exact. Le point final.
The point final here in the women's final. Ottawa celebrating, but they got one more point to play here.
You know, someone told me this summer. The thought of when you lose a finals, you still lose to win a medal.
Yeah, you win a bronze, but you kind of lose to get silver, right?
Exactly. It's a bittersweet.
Goulet now on the far side working against Laval zone. If you're Ottawa, you certainly, I know this is the last point with a hard cap, but you certainly don't want to, at least my opinion is, you don't want to win the championship by the other team scoring. You want to punctuate this finals victory going undefeated in this tournament, and Wardle still playing like it's 1-1, going around, but coming off the back, Laval getting the block, but I think there's going to be a foul or maybe even a dangerous play call.
Or devil's advocate, sometimes to win on a break, even though you're losing, just shows how much you were into the game and how the score never matters. And the score is always 0-0, as every coach will tell you.
It's true. Some coaches watching in the audience right now. And it has been confirmed. The Ottawa GG's open side are headed to the final. They defeat the Victoria Vikes 11-5.
So, you know, they were saying about Coach Atala being cursed with bronze, as he only got bronze for juniors, bronze for the University Series, and then bronze at Worlds. So her bronze is no longer it, as he won silver at the CJUCs. So we'll see what result he'll get in this final match right after.
Yeah, the bronze curse no more. McGill also, we don't have the exact score, but McGill just broke for the game. So it's a McGill-Ottawa final in the open side. Ottawa women's, of course, cruising in this final. And the open final will take place at 3 o'clock. So Wardle with the disc after some discussion that was had. Looking for Clement, not in just yet. pick called. Now, with this being the potential winning point, or the winning point if they score this, we'll see how many players buzz around the disc, because, you know, a lot of players want that game-winning point in the celebration, so we'll see what happens there. But right now, there is a stoppage with Fortier on the mark. Clement has Goulet going up line. Lucier poaching off, trying to make things difficult. Clement finds Goulet. And there it is, for the first time since 2010. Ottawa are champions in the women's division.
You can feel the excitement and the celebration coming off from the University of GG's.
What a game. Kat, I'm going to have you pick one player. I mean, there's a lot. But who's one player you're going to pick for player of the game from the Ottawa side?
From the Ottawa side? Good question. I was ready to pick my player for the Laval side.
Okay, why don't you pick the Laval side first, and then you can think about the Ottawa one.
My player really has to be Mia-Catherine Lucier. Le montant de défense qu'elle a reçu, c'était vraiment super, and she never stopped. She never gave up for that disc. It was, as soon as that disc was up, she was ready to grab it. She was ready to defend it, and she was just so ready to get her team to match her energy as well. As for the Gigi side, I think my...
Yeah, what do you got for us?
How about you? Who's your player? You choose first.
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot. I think Emma Beaulieu did a lot heavy lifting on both sides of the disc, got a couple blocks, and did a lot of work in the handler space. So that's my pick.
You know what? Naomi Peterson, because she got stung on the right hand by a wasp and she still decided to do these awesome left hand hugs, she's got my respect.
That is true. And so we're going to have McGill Ottawa in the open final at 3 o'clock. The U Ottawa women's team takes gold. Laval gets second once again. Thank you for tuning in. For Kat Fortin, I'm Theo Wan. Merci.
Merci tout le monde.
I love working with a team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied. To step away from real life and focus on Frisbee.
I play because I love Ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 It's time to crown a champion in the open division here at the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships. McGill Mutt taking on the Ottawa GGs in what is going to be an intense final. Theo Wan here with Brandon Adibay. And Brandon, this is a battle heavyweight programs. They've had to work hard to get to this spot, and now we get to crown a champion.
Yeah, this is the conclusion of a very short season, but with a lot of twists and turns. You can see Division 1, Division 2, Friday qualifiers, Easterns, and Steeltown. It's all coming down to this one match in the open division, but a lot's going to be riding on this one game.
Ottawa played McGill at Easterns, a tournament before this one a few weeks ago. Ottawa was the victor, and then McGill took down Ottawa in pool play yesterday to take the pool, and they had a close matchup with Manitoba, but were able to be successful. Ottawa on O here. Rube working with Mooring. Mooring played a lot of D-line in the game that we saw in the Friday qualifier, and that throw to Paul too low, and McGill gets a break opportunity right away. This D-line really turned things up in their quarterfinal victory over Manitoba. Tyden Peterson set to pick up an Ottawa native himself. And Ottawa product, I should say, playing with Ignite back in the day.
Yeah, quite a few players have played alongside Tynan Peterson on Ignite. Even right here on the marquee, you see Dion Paul. They go way back and have been playing in high school together even.
Like those connections here, as looking like some turf maybe got on the arm of number 79, Dion Paul. He's going to stay in the game and provide a long mark here for Peterson. Fritz Ramus is Peterson's reset right now, and Peterson's already engaged him, and they're going to go backfield right away. See the wind really picking up, just whipping Peterson's hat off of his head. His sister Naomi just won a title with the Ottawa women's side. That lefty's not going to work, as Berube is going to get the block, but a foul will be called on Gohar, Nick Gohar, and that will be not contested. Great to see the WFDF hand signals being used here. Helps us out.
Definitely helps us out in the booth knowing what's going on.
Ramus thought about the hawk. Going to reset to Verlan, and Verlan just going to have that clap out of his chest. And so one turnover apiece here as Berube slow to walk up. Played with Phoenix this past summer, the second team out of Ottawa. And that throw too low for Gallant. So we've seen two throws now for Ottawa just hit the turf. The wind playing some tricks right now.
Yeah, earlier on, right before the game, they had a few minutes to dial in their throws, but the wind has picked up even since that warm-up period.
Pettit looking deep, working against Taryn Ross, but underneath it's going to be Verlin, who has a second drop of the point. That one was a tough throw to catch. But the possession would go back to Ottawa. This will be their third possession of this first offensive point. You know, it's very sunny out, but perhaps the bright lights of the final causing some tricks as well.
Yeah, definitely some nerves here as we have a huge hand block on the mark.
Rory McEwen getting large for that one. McGill chance to break. You can see McGill's strategy. They're working backfield right away. They're not even looking at the upline. Inside shot. Verlin again. He's just been cursed on this point. I hate to say it if you're a McGill fan, but Verlin, 3 opportunities there.
Well, you rather have these drops come early and have a lot of time to recover.
Gallant airing this one out, and it's been a turnover-filled first point here as teams adjust to the wind and adjust to each other. Yes, they have played each other, but you know, it's still a feeling out process in a new game. You know what they say, it's hard to beat the same team twice in a weekend.
It's super difficult. Teams always coming out with more motivation, especially if you were on the losing side in the first matchup. In this case, it would be Ottawa who lost to McGill in pool play just yesterday on a very close match that ended in a universe win for McGill.
Verlan now making sure of that one. They had to work out of the trap side with Raphael Imbert and Fritz Ramus. Can they get to this side of the field? They do. Ramus now. Ramus looking deep, looking for McEwen. Swatted away by Berube. McEwen was trying to go for bookends there.
Yeah, Noah Berube putting himself in a good position, boxing out the defender and still making a play on the disc.
Whittling down the Ottawa O-line is the hope of this McGill D-line, even if they don't get this score. Ideally, you would love the break, especially now having it on their own end zone side, and that one's going to be ruled down. Good spirit from Berube. Verlin thought he was going to pick it up, and he is. One of the few members of the club team Manic on this squad. Needs something, finds Podorovsky. Podorovsky, too much zip, not enough float for his target.
Definitely a lot of wind being pushed on that far side. It is the low side of the field. Everything on that side is going to be dropping. So as we saw earlier, McGill was trying to work it to this high side of the field, closer to your cameras.
McGill or Ottawa currently on that low side. That Gallant hammer is definitely not going to work out here. 5 turnovers right now for Ottawa by my count. McEwen working against a similar heighted Roth Mooring. Pettit, nice grab, but there is a call. Evading the bidding attempt from Dion Paul. Has been about a 6-minute real life point here. Game started at 3 o'clock local. Talk about bringing experience is Pettit. Playing with Pittsburgh and Sabanur. Maybe you've heard of that program. I think he spent a year or two with that team. Now on the McGill Ultimate team, aptly known Mutt as Mutt. McEwen working quickly. I thought that might have hit the turf, but Ramus kept it alive. Inside shot, Verlin. A lot of fakes right now moving the mark. Going with the hammer for Peterson. And he can't make the grab, and Gallant will be credited with the block.
Gallant calling for a horizontal stack here. Trying to get it to this high side of the field.
Haven't really seen Logan Keeler get involved trying to go horizontal with Podorowski, but Paul was up to the task. Great effort. But I haven't seen Logan Keeler get involved. Want to see him make some damage as they're looking deep for Taryn Ross. Pettit in coverage. Taryn Ross with the right hand.
Taryn Ross, the absolute boss, coming down with it, and he is firing up this U Ottawa GG squad. He is the heartbeat of this team, and when he is hyped up, the GGs do amazing things. So he finally punching in that hold after a few times of asking. The U Ottawa GG's defensive line is going to have their first look at the McGill Open offensive line. As Coach Luke Phelan gives the matchups on the line, McGill watches on as they have a pretty standard O-line. You have the Wu brothers on it, O'Donnell, too, and they're looking to hold cleanly.
Noah Berube, the one who threw that assist there. As Ottawa bringing their energy right now. And now this will be the interesting part. If McGill can score a quick offensive point, we've talked about this throughout the weekend. If they can score a quick offensive point, it really could put some damage into Ottawa having their O-line playing such a long one.
Yeah, and we saw in the first game between McGill and Ottawa that a lot of the O-line players for U Ottawa actually had to cross over to get back into that game. So a lot of heavy minutes on their legs. A lot of accumulation through this whole weekend. I checked in with them earlier today, and they said their legs are feeling fine and they have enough to work in the finals. So we'll see if that holds up.
McGill got a bid at Eastern, so didn't have to play the Friday qualifier, whereas Ottawa had to after ruled that they had an ineligible player, so they had to surrender their bid that they earned at Easterns. That bid went to Guelph. Great pressure from Tremblay La Rochelle, forcing that high pop-up throw to Friesen, and two can't get it on the second effort. So now Ottawa with their defensive line, Max Ayad, rocking what's going to be now called his new signature hairstyle out here.
Yeah, it's sporting the new hairstyle. It's been doing him wonders. Not on this occasion, however.
I have not seen that in a while. Just a player loading up and it just like falls out of the hand.
And that's just proven just how windy it is out here.
A lot of players underneath for McGill right now. O'Donnell has McGibbon going deep, fellow West Coast player, but instead underneath to Dylan Wu, and that throw is too low. So we're seeing going left to right on your screen. If those throws are low, it's going to be a problem. Great effort from Ottawa there. Teo Gobey, excuse me.
That Teo Gobey is never one to shy away from making a bid on the disc, and here was no different. He played on the U20 Open team this past summer.
Nathan Wu has Kyle O'Donnell going deep, burning his matchup in Gobey. Doorstep. Looking for 2-2, trying to shake free, does just that for the score.
And that will be a hold for McGill on their first chance. Did take them a little longer, just like it did with the U Ottawa GG's side. Two is a very good player, also playing with Manik. He was missing for some of their tournaments this season, but he is a big time player, especially on this McGill roster.
McGill had a tough Easterns. I said earlier that they got a bid at Easterns. That's actually, they got a bid at their Quebec regional. They actually suffered a tough Easterns where they came 7th. So when you have a bid, you kind of can play everyone, feel things out. Don't need to necessarily press things. Of course, in the final, you're going to see a lot of O-line crossover from both sides as they try to win this title.
Yeah, sometimes not having to put your full effort into a tournament allows you to experiment, give you different options, maybe let your D-line play more O to be able to punch in breaks later on in the season. We saw on the first stream game that they were on, they were clinical when it came to offense on turns. This ball flying out of bounds, and it will be collected at the brick with Noah Berube. We see McGill clamping on this side stack or horizontal look.
Gohar working against Owen Kolinsky. Kolinsky rocking the signature red pants right now. Trying to play some strong defense for this McGill side. Ross had the big grab earlier for the first Ottawa goal. Going around looking for Gallon. Ruled inbounds by Team Orange. There's 4 of them for this contest. We'll let you know who they are when we get a break. Little high release flip. Finds Berube. Berube going high release himself to Mooring. But Mooring and McEwen getting tangled up. And Keeler telling his teammate that there was a pick. So good spirit from Logan Keeler. He's been a joy to watch. He brings intensity, but also a lot of spirit.
Yes, he does. And it appears that McGill did not read the scouting report to stop the high release backhand that is Noah Berube's favorite throw.
Comes right out there on the reset to Gallon. Gallon also sporting that same Max Ayad hairstyle. Keeler flips it into Gohar, and that's a clean hold for Ottawa.
Definitely some defensive pressure ramping up from McGill, but Ottawa U responding with a clean hold, as you said. Keeping their calm, resetting the disc when needed, and still attacking and finding a way to score at that front cone.
McGill led by Richard Bartle-Tubbs and Nicholas Swan. As the O-line jogging to the left side of your screen. McGill back out on offense here and have a couple rookies on the line, like Tim Friesen, who's not, of course, not a rookie to the sport, but coming from the West Coast, playing for them. As well as Emmett Andrews, previously played for Oregon Trainwreck at the YCC level. That's a youth club championships in the U.S. As well as playing for a team called Dark Star, who made their way to the U.S. AU Club Championships last season for the first time ever.
Dark Star being in a very tough Northwestern area, it was kind of a shock in the U.S. seeing them make it into nationals, but definitely deserved.
I mean, you could say the same for Ottawa. I know the Metro East is very wide open in the college division. You've played in those conferences and the regionals in the Metro East, but Ottawa gained their way in the college championship, so they got a lot of experience there. Max Ayad, a big-time player for them, who's on the mark now. As Dylan Wu opens up the arm, looking for Aiden McGibbon, and it's knocked down by Jaden Fielding. You mentioned him on Friday as a player to watch for Ottawa because of the defensive pressure he provides.
Yeah, Jaden Fielding is an absolute underrated player. Not many people will know him. He hails from BC, but is here for school, and he has great agility, which allows him to really put himself in good defensive positions.
Dylan Wu with a volleyball spike there, bringing that one down as brother Nathan going over the disc, and Samuel Trombe La Rochelle, otherwise known as STL, on the mark, has drawn that matchup for the second point in a row. Inside throw from Friesen, opening up to O'Donnell. Back to the aforementioned Wu. See them switching on the mark. And that's a throw from Wu over to Emmett Andrews for the
into their groove as well from an offensive perspective. A little bit of defensive pressure from the G's, but they look pretty calm on that offensive point.
You see fans in the stands over on the far side. And we do like to see some of that atmosphere right now as the women's final has wrapped up. I see Laval jerseys over there. Congrats to them on their silver medal. And of course, congratulations goes to the GGs on the women's side as they won a gold for the first time since 2010.
Yeah, the GGs open side rather are also looking to match their women's team with a gold medal.
Hey, that would be the story of the tournament, no? Like an Ottawa sweep?
I do think there are quite a few stories in this tournament, some untold, especially in the Division 2
Okay,
bracket.
untold stories. Are you going to bring some out during this broadcast?
Hey, if we have time and the occasion calls for it. But definitely looking to match their squad. I know Ottawa has been doing a great deal in the juniors program, and we're seeing it flourish here with, even on this line, you have at least 5 players who have played in Ottawa juniors on their line here.
And then, of course, you contrast that with Montreal. They have Mephisto, their top team, but they also got Manic in that Club M system. And we're seeing a lot of those players like Kolinski, who's on the field, Verland playing for Manic. So they also get their own experience at the adult club level. Podorovsky, 27, and White also playing on that Manic squad. Coach Nick Swan did say they're going to go with some zone looks. We're seeing that right now.
Yeah, today's definitely more windy than the previous 2 days with Friday qualifier and on Saturday. And here, the wind playing a bit of a factor as Marty Gallant turns over this on a crossfield throw.
Do you like that look, or would you rather sell him for a reset, then get that around instead of trying to get that in one throw?
It is a bit tougher with the cross wind that we currently have on that throw, as it will be continually pushing it to that far sideline. But McGill was doing a really good job on the resets there.
McEwen has Podorovsky in the end zone, and McGill gets the first break of the game.
The Mutt program striking first here with the break.
And they got the chance too. They had a whole break chant lined up.
From watching their games, they have so many chants in their bag coming out at different times. And here they are chanting same line, as the same line is going to go out looking to double up on their break total.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll tell my opinion, and then Brendan, you can share yours. I don't know if I like the same line if you feel like you can get some fresh D-line players to try to get another break, no? Because they're going to put the same offensive line out there.
Well, in this scenario, you have the exact same line on offense, so the level of tiredness, I guess you could say, kind of is being matched by the D-line, so not too much of a disadvantage for the D-line here. However, that's the first break we've had in this game. Why not give them a second opportunity, because they're clearly doing something right here.
Kolinski playing defense with the pull. In 2022, he was named the Huckney Division I Open College Offensive Player of the Year, second runner-up. So he was close in that offensive standing, but now he's playing out on defense. Playing in the wing in the zone right now is 39 in the red pants. Berube now finding Galan. Galan had that turnover just now on that previous point, trying to go to the far side of the field with the big arcing flick. Mooring, just a rookie, fresh off a stint with the U20 squad in the mixed side. And Impressed with his calmness in the backfield right now.
Definitely brings something different to this Ottawa side with a big handler who's able to break the mark and control the tempo of play.
You often think you see a player like that, you often think they're going to be in the deep space like a Roy McEwen for McGill, but on this side, he's going to be a mainstay handler, played with Ignite, bringing them to a silver medal in the junior circuit.
He was definitely a big proponent of that Ignite squad, winning the silver medal in Ottawa at this past juniors nationals.
Yeah, went up against a very powerhouse program in Dino there out of Vancouver. Gallant now, unmarked. Now Verlin sets. Content to stay in the zone is McGill right now, even though Ottawa's right near the end zone. Mooring. Multiple fakes, resetting to Gallant. That throw almost jumped up on number 3, but Gallant made sure of it. Great fake by Mooring, finding Gohar. That was set up by the movement from Berube, but it'll be Gohar who gets the goal.
Patience is an absolute virtue, and Roth Morin showing exactly that as he fakes off a good look, finds a second open opportunity, and finds an even more open player for the score.
3-all the scoreline, but McGill has a 1-break advantage. The wind has come and gone at times. It hasn't been like a constant wind. Right now it's pretty still. It just depends when in the game the wind decides to show up, and that's usually when it can frustrate some throwers.
Yeah, for sure. It is a bit gusty on and off, as you're saying, and that can affect a lot of the tactics in the game. Sometimes you choose a side in the flip, and then next thing you know, the wind changes directions, and that could be a bit detrimental. But I are currently testing out the wind with the disc, making sure it's still going in the direction he wants it to. In the previous game, he had a lot of upwind hucks, which allowed Ottawa to come up big. But currently, right now, it is a crosswind going from near side to the far side on your screens.
So this near side being what would be the high side of the field?
Yes, this is the side you would want to shoot from for your longer distance throws.
Zone look here from the GGs out of the nation's capital. McGibbon now throwing it over to Daniel 2. Now disc in the hand of Andrews, marked by Matisse Turgeonois. You can see McGibbon getting really low for that throw just to be sure. As you mentioned, Brandon, not a true upwind downwind game, more of that cross field action.
Yeah, this crosswind does make it a bit more challenging, and sometimes it's more challenging than even throwing upwind.
McGibbon called on the travel, and I would have to agree. He definitely took a couple steps from my perspective. Turgeonois on the mark. A tall one at that. One of the taller players on this Ottawa side. Is he the tallest?
I think Morin has him beat, and as well as Caden Ireland, who is on the very far side of your screen in the white bucket hat.
Okay, yeah, you're right. He might have them beat. But the hair adds a couple. I used to have an afro, so I know it adds a couple inches there.
It does. Maybe you should bring that back.
No, I might go with the mullet, though. That seems to be the cool look. You see Daniel, too, on our near side rocking that. A lot of varsity athletes at the school I work at love to rock the mullet. A lot of rugby players, hockey players, lacrosse players. They like that look. I don't know if it's going to come into Ultimate, though.
Theo, would you rather rock Maxime Ayad's haircut or Daniel 2's haircut?
Oh, that's a mullet. That's no question. I'd rock the mullet all day, not the cornrows.
As he flexes for the cam, looking absolutely like a beauty.
Back into the action here. Andrews made sure of that one. McGill, as a university, attracts a lot of American players. McEwen is American as well. I believe Daniel, too, is part of that contingent. So Andrews coming from Oregon. Before, they used to have players like Calvin Colbert and Hayden Stone, both from the state of Texas. I'm sure they're watching at home, cheering on their squad. Whereas Ottawa, a little bit more homegrown, right? A lot of players staying from that Ignite program, like you said, and deciding to stay and go to university there.
Yeah, you do find a lot of the bilingual people in Ottawa will tend to drift towards Ottawa as opposed to Carleton or Algonquin.
Because of the bilingualism there.
Yes, for sure. And you also do have a couple of American people also going to Ottawa. I know Gohar on this team is one of them.
Woo, good read. Finds Daniel 2. Then hits number 10, Kai O'Donnell. And McGill gets the hold.
And O'Donnell with a few less kick spikes so far today, as we've seen yesterday from him.
Hey, this McGill team was tested, not in the semis per se in a blowout win over Queens, but they certainly were tested in their win over Manitoba. They had to prevent a universe point, D point from Manitoba. There were multiple turns and they were able to stick it out and win, but certainly they had to show some fortitude. And then taking down the defending champs, that's a shocking story. Defending champs went down in pool play once and then they went down again in the semifinals. They'll be playing Victoria in a rematch of last year's gold medal final.
Yeah, it was a very tough game for both sides. Opening, it was pretty back and forth. It got to about 3-3, and then with the wind, it was even a bit stronger than it is currently. And in that scenario, it was more of an upwind, downwind, just with the orientation of the fields here at Creditsview Park. So Queens did fall to this strong McGill squad, but it is definitely down to McGill showing on defense that they can punch in on offense at a high clip.
Yeah, they did that, especially in the second half, because they went down 6-5 in a timed half. Manitoba actually took half, getting a break, but it was all McGill's defensive line after that. A lot of the players you see on the field currently, including Owen Kolinsky, who's pulling once again, going to be the main puller. Look at the hang time he's got right there. You know he practices that in his backyard. Berube now. Ross hunting for a deep block, but he draws the tall Kolinsky. You can see McGill trying to switch downfield. Paul working against Kolinsky. Paul goes two-hand dunk. Flips it to Gohar for the score.
Dion Paul going up two hands strong, and that is why you go up with two hands, ladies and gentlemen. Paul now talking with one of the observers. Just a bit of a warning, just making sure things stay in check here. We don't need anything to get unspirited, but Dion Paul very receptive to that talk with the observer.
It's an intense final right now. We got Team Orange, Jeff Blair, John Nelson, Linda Kudo, and Alan Baggish, your four-person crew. There were some semifinals. You mentioned this. We talked about this off air, so maybe we'll talk about it on air. Queens and McGill. That game was not observed. There was one semifinal that was Ottawa and Victoria, but that other one was not.
Yeah, so there was a couple of calls where Queens might be watching this back saying they should have had observers to facilitate conversations. There was a couple of strip calls that weren't called or some fouls on what would have been scores. So we do appreciate our observers being able to help us, especially in this capacity with four here in the final. As the GGs looking like they're stacking this line a little bit with Keeler, STL, and Galan.
I've seen STL play defense and draw that Nathan Wu matchup. He does the same right now. But they, definitely empowered Gallant and Keeler over. Gallant going to draw O'Donnell and give up a lot of inches in that matchup. Andrews bobbles, but there's still some STL and Nathan Wu. If you want a nickname, you just need to have three initials as well, folks.
It does.
You'll just give yourself a nickname. STL, his brother ATL. Come on. Nothing better.
And the call was a stall down. However, it is looking to be contested, so this coming in on 8.
That's going to be a high stall as this gets out. Let's see if Nathan Wu decides to throw it deep or find a reset. He's going to go around to freeze it. Miscommunication! But there's a foul call. Thought there might have been a Callahan for Ottawa.
And reluctantly, it looks like STL is accepting the foul call. So
that's tough.
Reset in the stall.
Yeah,
count,
you
too.
give them a free set of stalls. You go from potential Callahan to that.
But the GGs are looking in a good position to contain any possible threats here.
Is anyone going to go deep for McGill? Let's see. O'Donnell has a lot of inches on Gallant, who has drawn that assignment. Dylan Wu now going deep. That throw too high for O'Donnell. Second effort is taken away by Turgeon Roy. And so Ottawa trying to get a break back and put things back on to serve here. Gallant finds Keeler, but Keeler's not in just yet. Keeler zips it in to Tremblay La Rochelle, and we're back on serve.
And STL absolutely fired up. Almost got that layout point block. Now getting that score in the front of the end zone. And he is an absolute underrated gem as well.
Are you surprised that McGill, especially when they got high stall, didn't look to O'Donnell, who has a lot of inches on Gallant? I'm sure Gallant has the speed advantage, but if you can throw it up high, wouldn't you want to throw it to O'Donnell if you get stuck in that situation?
I think what McGill was looking for is kind of value in possession more. We did see a few turns due to the wind early in this game, so there is going to be a timeout here for...
we're gonna try to figure out who the timeout call was. I didn't see a signal from the observers.
Timeout for McGill.
McGill has called a timeout. Thank you, Dion Paul, giving us the info. He had that huge two-hand grab earlier. We talked about timeout calls before. Do you like this timeout call? They just gave up one break, so it's back on serve 5-4. McGill saying, hey, we just need a reset.
Yeah. McGill does have a lot of experience playing in the American Series as well as a Canadian, so they know their team well. All they need is a little bit of a refresher. They know they're a capable team, and all they need is just slow it down a little bit. They did have one high throw on that occasion, and then G's converted, so they're going to try to calm it down and do what they know.
They got to the game to go in the New England region against Vermont, ultimately falling short, but gaining a lot of experience along the way. And Brendan, you know the New England region in college. You got the defending champions now, the eventual champions of this year, Brown, and then Tufts is in there, Vermont. UMass is there as well. So just a lot of strong teams. Northeastern.
Yeah, McGill last season having to play quite a few tournaments in the regular season to try to get that extra bid in their region. With all those powerhouse teams, it really makes it tough, but it also sharpens their team up like we are seeing here.
You can say the same for Ottawa, who got to play teams like the aforementioned Pittsburgh and Sabanora, as well as Minnesota Grey Duck in pool play. Gobey now against O'Donnell. O'Donnell looking to the end zone for McGibbon. 8 versus 8 matchup. And it's taken away by the GGs, but a foul is called. That's Ryan Burns, the rookie, in coverage.
Ryan Burns hailing from all the way out east in Moncton. And for all those Moncton fans, folks, and potential family members, we do give you a nice shout out and say hello. Thank you for tuning in. Observer ruling that there was
looking like it's the foul call is upheld.
No foul, actually. So
excuse me. Yep, no foul.
It will be GG's disc here, taking it on their own end zone line. Ottawa initiating out of a horizontal stack, getting it to the middle to STL. Then trying their best to get it to this open side.
Shakalar moving things along, finding Gobey. Thought about the hammer, but we'll reset it over to Shakalar, another rookie on this team.
That's what I'm talking about.
Tremblay La Rochelle going around, finding Turgeon Roy for a second straight break for Ottawa.
And the GG sideline really starting to get into it, and why wouldn't you with back-to-back breaks? This team feeds off of energy just like McGill, so the battle of the energy, the GGs are on top currently, looking for more.
Yeah, we saw McGill cheer a lot more earlier, and now certainly being down a couple points and giving up a couple breaks, feeling it a little bit energy-wise.
Yeah, energy comes and goes, but so do points. And in this scenario, GGs are currently on a little bit of a run. McGill's going to try to counter probably set play that works best for them. Here we do see their D-line coming out to try to give it a bit of a difference with O'Donnell as well.
Okay, a little mishmash line perhaps. More so D than O.
We also do see Wu from the O-line on this line.
Dylan Wu, to be specific. I was maybe expecting to see Nathan Wu, but instead they're going to go Dylan Wu. We'll see who does the heavy lifting in the handler set. Probably Owen Kolinsky will be out there doing that. Tynan Peterson is there as well. And Jaden Verland as well. This is a crucial point here of this contest.
Crucial point, and it's actually looking more like an O point with the personnel on the GG side of things.
Yeah, Ross is out there, same thing with Paul. Keeler working against O'Donnell. Inside shot. I think it was meant for Kolinsky, but it's going to be a turnover nonetheless. Gallant now. High throw. Good effort, but Kolinsky jumping up early made that difficult for Tremblay-La Rochelle. Pettit. Over to McEwen. Resets to Verland as they're just at midfield now. You hear shooter calls being made, but Kolinsky deciding to harness the disc for now. Peterson going around, finding Kolinsky as they're in their end zone set now. Dylan Wu has a streaking Kolinsky, but play will stop due to a pick.
I wonder if this is a slight tactical change, as the GG's force has now become slightly more straight up rather than a full-on wrap, really trying to kind of bait these around throws into the wind where it will hang on resets.
Especially when they're trying to get to the high side of the field, as we've mentioned. Verland now. Resets with Peterson, and immediately he throws a little give-go as they try to do a handler switch. Peterson burning Gallant to the spot. That's the hold they needed. Verland firing the assist.
Tynan Peterson doing the textbook thing there, give and go, finding a pocket, and then also striking. Very hard to contain all three of those cuts if you were a defender. And with the U Ottawa GGs going out for an O point, quite a few of those players who we are seeing, such as Taryn Ross, Gallant, Keeler, Paul, and I believe Berube was on the last point as well. So might be a bit more fatigued on this line.
And you saw Coach Luke Phelan asking if Ottawa wanted a timeout. They're choosing not to take one. And that's the risk sometimes you take when you have your O-line players play D, but you could say the same for McGill because a lot of those D-line players are back out that were just playing O, back out on D. Friesen has crossed over though. But Peterson is out there, Verland, Podorowski, McEwen, Imbert, and O'Donnell. Also, O'Donnell's played a lot of points.
He has, and I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon.
Friesen set to pull with no Kolinski on the field. Mooring center to Berube. Back into the hands of 41 and Mooring. And a flub from Dion Paul. Going to give McGill an opportunity here. They do have one timeout in the bag if they need it.
We saw an interesting pull play here for the GGs, running a double collect to the high side instead of looking to center the disc.
Podorovsky is rejected by Gohar with a huge foot block.
Go, Rory.
Keeler. Big fake. A couple.
Yes, Timmy, come on.
Gohar who just got the foot block. This is an offensive point for the Ottawa side here, for those keeping track at home. Inside shot. Caught by Berube.
Ross at the back of the end zone calling for it as he's free.
Paul is free as well on the far side.
Really looking to stretch the defense in the end zone who are looking to poach currently.
Berube needs something. High stall. O'Donnell falls and cannot get there. Gallant then shovels it over to Keeler for the score and the hold for Ottawa.
Little ankle spike as well.
Curious to see now if Ottawa will use a timeout, trying to maybe break for half, up 7-5.
So questions being asked of, is it halftime or is it not? Observers ruling that it is currently not halftime.
The game started at 3 o'clock and the halftime cap is at 45 minutes if I'm not mistaken. So some confusion still to be had, as you said.
This does benefit McGill as the GGs were the first team to play O in this first half, and they will be receiving the disc after half. So another O point here for McGill.
Let's go, McGill!
You also can't have the team that's trailing also, like if McGill scores here, it still would be a 1/2 to 8 because you can't have the losing team take half with their score, because that would throw things off as well.
That it would. So GG's looking for another big pull from Maxime Ayad here. He's had a couple pinning McGill deep in their own end zone.
High arcing pole goes out of bounds.
McGill bringing it up to the brick in their horizontal set here.
Turgeon poaching off here. Finds Emmett Andrews stepping through the mark of Turgeon.
Wind really picking up here.
High stall. O'Donnell just has to chuck this one, and it's not going to land in bounds. Where did it go out is going to be the question, but I think there's also a stall down call.
And it will be retracted by Keeler, so disc going to be coming in on the sideline. So pick being called, a bit of confusion whether 2 will be able to catch up to the first throw.
Nice grab from Gallant behind his body. Defensive point here. 4 players going deep until Turgeon Roy came under, making it 3. Go Bay now. Turgeon Roy super poach underneath. Eventually he gets hit with the disc. See McGill being very switchy downfield. Gallant is ruled out of bounds by Alan Baggish, the observer closest to the action.
Bit of frustration there, as it almost looked like he was able to toe the line, but Baggish definitely having a good view of the play.
But Baggish talking with Jeff Blair, not the radio sensation, the observer. If you listen to talk radio, you might know who Jeff Blair is.
And it's actually going to be contested here. So because the observers had 2 different opinions, it's going to be brought back to the last point where it's uncontested and we can all agree on.
Wow. It's not something you see every day in a game.
Yeah, but we do love that communication amongst observers. Really doing a good job here in this final.
Go Bay bursting up the line. Had Burns going deep. Instead resets it. And now it's Keeler on this close side. This would be huge for Ottawa if they can go up half 8-5. They did start out on offense though. For those keeping track at home. Inside over to Keeler. Keeler had Ayad, but instead going to hold it for now. Zipping it in to Tremblay La Rochelle. And Ottawa will take half, 8-5.
And STL, you will never see him more fired up. A very stoic individual, but here seeing him spike the disc, get the boys fired up, and we are going to half at 8-5 for the GGs.
Halftime here in the Open Division Final at the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships. But we got a special guest here, City Councillor Rod Power. Ward 7 and 8, I've been told.
There you go.
Joining us. And Rod, can you talk about the championship, what it means to the city to host all these university athletes here?
Well, I think it's not only great for the city of Brampton because now we have that exposure, especially like when I was walking in, there was a lot of Quebec universities that were walking past. And, so I think that's a huge opportunity for us. But more importantly, you've got 24 fields here being played on. So you just think of the amount of people that are here in the city. So it's huge.
And can you talk a bit about the city's investment into athletics and sports? I know it's been a big initiative for the city of Brampton.
Yeah, so if you look at it a lot, like this is one of our rec areas, but if you look at a lot of the emerging sports that we have coming out, we had spike ball here a couple weeks ago, flag football championships were also here, so and now we've got ultimate frisbee here. So we're investing in sport, we're investing in our youth, and we just love it.
And can you just share a little bit what makes Brampton so special? Of course, all these athletes are enjoying the city, but you as a councillor, what makes Brampton so awesome?
Well, I think Brampton is that community where you have we have communities within communities, right? And when I think about that, it's not only just our rec centers and the infrastructure around it, but it's also our demographic. We are the most diverse city in Canada. We speak 170 different languages. There's over 220 different cultures. So I think Brampton is naturally the host for anybody.
All right. Any other big events coming up in the city that people need to know about?
We have a large Diwali event. So we actually put on our own only Diwali event. So it'll be at Sesquicentennial Park, and it'll be massive. Last year we had about 70,000 people out, so it'll be huge.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Any final words before we sign off of this sweet, awesome halftime segment, halftime interview here?
No, I just say good luck to everybody. I'm glad that all the universities are here, and it's quite impressive, actually. I've never even seen it before until today.
Yeah, you caught a little bit of the windier game. Usually it's a little bit less wind, and then there's a lot of big hucks going up and some big plays, and which are already still happening. So
yeah,
thank you, Rod, for joining us, and appreciate it. And we'll be back after this break for more second half action of the Open Final. Back for second half action. Fans are pumped up. Sidelines are filling up for the Open Division Final, the final contest of the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships. Theo Wan here with Brandon Adibay. And Brandon, what a first half from Ottawa. Can they keep up this momentum here? Because McGill is starting on offense, and you know what they say, the most dangerously in Ultimate's 8-5, especially when that other team is playing offense out of half.
Yeah, it is a dangerous lead, but McGill does not look phased as they were just playing some duck, duck, goose on the line before they got set up to receive this pull from the GG's defensive unit.
The defensive unit that has the O-line crossovers of Keylor, Gallant, and Taryn Ross. You can't see it, but Taryn Ross does have some semblance of hairstyle that Gallant and Ayad have just under the hat.
Ross is such a gifted thrower, so a nice special hairstyle to go with along with it.
Very interesting right now for McGill. They don't have their full O-line that they started the game with or that they had in their quarterfinal. They had Jaden Verlin, Rory McEwen, Matt Pettit, Tynan Peterson, Owen Kolinski on offense with just the same O-line stalwarts or holdovers being Kai O'Donnell and Dylan Wu. So Nathan Wu not on the field. See him on this close sideline. Interesting choice here, deciding to go with maybe a different tactic.
We'll see what that tactic is. Maybe he will be crossing over with the D-line so they have another steady handler, or for another reason, but we will see soon.
Wu opening up the arm, looking for O'Donnell. O'Donnell climbs the ladder for the score, and McGill gets the hold out of half.
You will get that sometimes, taking that inside line. That is the best opportunity to get a D. So players like O'Donnell, though, have a lot of springs on him. Huge sky for O'Donnell.
That was an electric sky. Perhaps that's going to spark the McGill defensive line. A lot of the same players that were just on the field are returning out there, and you hope that would spark them. O'Donnell he's not coming off the field, I don't think, number 10.
I don't think you can let him off the field, especially doing something like that. He's one of the players on this team who's able to match the G's top players in terms of athleticism. The GGs do run a lot of athletic people, the likes of Gana, Keeler, even Gobe. But McGill does have some good matchups here.
O'Donnell, U20 player, was a first runner-up for Rookie of the Year last year in the Huckney College Awards. Product of BC and Dino, the dynasty that's building over there in Vancouver. So perhaps some people watching. They also have Ada McGibbon, who's also from Vancouver, played Blackfish this past summer. Fritz Ramus with the pull. And Mooring's going to center it over to Berube. Zone here from McGill. Trying to gummy up this Ottawa offense. About 21 minutes left in this contest. Scoreline 8-6 for the GGs. Taryn Ross grabbing things under pressure from Kolinski. McGill content to stay in the zone right now. See if Ottawa decides to take any risks or instead try to work it up slowly.
And there is a foul on the mark here, resetting the stall count.
Now Ottawa's past midfield. As they dink and dunk it back and forth right now. Mooring Gallant working, and now in the hands of Berube. Peterson on the mark here, 42 in white. That could have been dangerous, but Gallant's going to rush up to get it. Going to call a foul on Ramus. McEwen is patrolling the deep space with Ross over there, and Kolinski is also back as a side mid. Keeler concentration with the grab. You can see how they're trying to attack this zone right now.
Yeah, coming from the back, looking to chisel into that zone, reset the stall count once it gets to a bit of a higher stall count. And as they do this, they're looking to hit options downfield.
Curious case of some happy feet from Ottawa, but nothing's called as Gallant's going to hit Berube for the score.
Clean hole for the GGs on that point. Very clean offense, especially what you want to see when a zone allows quite a bit of space for your handlers. You want to get up into that zone and crash really look for options and then not throw anything too risky.
So McGill going to the bag of their true offensive line here. And as I say that, that's actually not the case, as Jaden Verland and Roy McEwen going to come on the field. So Nathan Wu is back out there. McGibbon, Dylan Wu, and Emmett Andrews as well. And of course, number 10, Kai O'Donnell.
For sure.
If they have O'Donnell kind of as a side mid in the zone, I feel like they can afford to just continue to play him on D. It's not like he's running on the mark there.
Yeah, sometimes you do want those players strictly just for, you don't want them to cross over and then get tired. You want them to be able to have that presence for when there is a offensive point.
That disc goes really far out of bounds, and this is not something that will help McGill's cause here. With 18 minutes to go to hard cap. This is where I go on my rant about how finals should not be hard capped. It was even at the senior circuit this year. I don't know if I love that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Sometimes you just want to see the best team prove they're the best team without any time restrictions on it.
Having to score to win too, because the losing team, even in this final, could theoretically score the last point.
Yeah, not what you want to see for a gold medal game.
I understand there's some time constraints and things like that, so that's why that happens. Otherwise, you could potentially have really long points, but McGibbon really squeezing it over to O'Donnell, fellow West Coast player.
GG settling into their zone here.
McGibbon now, I had thought about the bid, but played it safe by taking another target in McEwen downfield. McEwen now hovering around the disc, but you want to get into the hands of McGibbon, and he does just that. This zone effective too at the time the way it is. Make McGill throw a lot of passes, and then Verland's going to find Dylan Wu for the score. Looked like he was trying to hide it to the observer. The observer was going to signal the goal first. So 2 clean holds for McGill in this half. 9-7 the scoreline. What are they going to do defensively right now? Do you want them to go person? You rather see a zone? What do you want from this McGill side?
I think you have to mix it up. We have seen some zone from McGill here, which didn't really slow down the threats of the GGs. So maybe something to take away that first initial look, or even fronting them would be a nice option. With the win, have an opportunity to make a play on the disc. We do see some taller individuals on this McGill side who can come down with Ds.
Friesen, who's been more of an O-line player, at least in that game against Manitoba, hasn't seen much burn, but he'll be out here on D-line. And basically a strict D-line here for McGill. So no O-line crossovers, as standard personnel for Ottawa on the other side, going left to right on your screen. Certainly don't think this game is going to go to 15.
You never know, but it is hotly contested. So anything can happen here. It is Brampton after all.
It's true, and as we say that, the wind's starting to pick up on this point. Person look here. Verlin on the mark against Berube. Imbert drawing the Keylor assignment. Keylor needs a reset. Great defense from Verlin. Berube eventually squeezes free, but that was a high stall situation. Around to Ross. Ross has mooring. And that throw going to go out of bounds. The question is, where is it going to come in? It's going to come in on the front cone, so effectively a punt, and making the McGill D-line offense without any offensive crossovers trying to do some work. And no Kolinsky on the field either.
Not the worst than ever. It is somewhat of a coffin corner, as you may see some of the flags in the background really pushing towards that far side. It does appear the GGs are opting for some sort of a zone look, at least a poachier look, and it causes the turn.
Gallant stops the roll. Podorowski's throw never had a shot. Tried to go with the lefty, and then a hand block from Imbert. Rafa Imbert there. Erlin has Pettit going deep. Instead, it's a reset to Podorowski. Over to Friesen. Victoria product. Finds Peterson. Pick called. Ross calling that one. Verlin was going deep, and Peterson was ready to load that one up.
Peterson definitely has a really good backhand hug. Looking to get it off there, but this will come back.
This discussion doesn't necessarily benefit McGill here. So you'd rather see them just get the gameplay going. Like the banter happening with Peterson. And that throw is too low, hitting the turf. I kind of just want to see McGill huck it at that point if they're working it, kind of dinking and dunking it. Just give one of their athletes a shot here instead of giving a midfield turnover to Ottawa.
Looks like they are trying to trust their sets.
You gotta fly, Sol, you gotta fly. Stay around.
Warren gets off the around on the sideline. Berube. Defensive pressure really ratcheting up here.
You gotta fly.
You hear Coach Richard Barlow-Tubbs saying the players got to leave their feet trying to make a play. Nice little lefty backhand over Berube. Mooring is free right now, and Pettit eventually gets there. And Paul is poached in the end zone. See if anyone hits him.
Rory, back corner, back corner.
Gallant hits Gohar on the front cone for the score. Gohar's fourth of the game.
And that one really looks to have deflated McGill, as few people with their heads down, but their coach urging them they have to go. Time is running out and plays need to be made for them to have an opportunity to come back in this game.
Yeah, I would have liked to see, there were two turnovers at that point. They had it in their end. I would have liked to see either a timeout or a punt or something to try to just make something happen there with the time the way it is. That's my thought.
They don't have much time for timeouts, so that takes that one out of the equation. But
so you want to see them huck it, is what you're saying?
I think I'm not actually against what happened. Obviously, they did have a turnover, but they were looking for a player who was open, and they know they can hit those shots. So trusting their systems, trusting their throws, that's what got them here. So they look to stick with that.
Wu brothers on the field. McGibbon, O'Donnell, Andrews, Tu, and McEwen joining up for this offensive line. Ottawa's going to have Keylor step on the defensive side of things.
We have an offside call. McGill letting it drop so they can bring it back to the break here.
Andrews running this one up. Offsides call. We saw in the first open game, the quarterfinal, with the second offsides, the disc actually went in at midfield. O'Donnell has McEwen. Gonna put this one up. And Gobet is gonna be called for a foul. He wasn't even looking at the disc. It looked like he was just trying to play kind of like a defensive back, just trying to locate the receiver. That's my thought. Brandon, you might have a different vantage point.
Yeah, sometimes you don't know where the disc is, but you just try to take the best line you can and become a bit of a deterrent for the offensive cutter looking to catch it.
It's kind of like the defensive pass interference in football. If the defender's not even trying to locate the ball, often that will get called. We'll see if it gets called here in Ultimate. And a blue card issued.
See, this does come into effect because the G's did accumulate a couple of blue cards at least. I know there was one in their last game in the semifinals, and they were wondering what happens when you get 3 blue cards.
McGill coach is telling them to relax a little bit here. Gotta hold their composure right now. Must hold. It goes without saying.
Yeah, at this point, at this stage in the contest, you do have to hold, and hopefully quickly if you want a chance at more Ds.
Dylan Wu. Nice little skip throw to McEwen. And now McGill's going to have to start going as Coach Richard Bartle-Tubbs running onto the field.
So here we do see McGill getting a little bit of momentum, but the GG's going out on offense. I wonder if one of the coaches on the G's will look to try to ice this and calm down the nerves by taking a timeout.
Both teams have held in this half. So no breaks so far. Clean holds for McGill. But that's just consolation right now because you can't just get clean holds. You need some breaks. Who is McGill dialing up here? Imbert, O'Donnell, Podorowski, Peterson, Verlin, then Peterson, Pettit, and McEwen.
Roll and pull here. Stopped acrobatically by Ross.
Berube now. Seeing they're trying to put some long defenders. And Gallant can't make the grab. No contact from O'Donnell. And this is McGill's best opportunity of the second half on D-line offense. Podorowski almost bobbled that one. Had that short field turnover earlier with the lefty backhand. This one fired into O'Donnell. That one doesn't hit the hands of McEwen, and Mooring will get the block. McGill's going to wish they had that one back. 7 minutes remaining to the hard cap. Paul going deep. And a foul called on the mark.
And quickly accepted. So the disc will be coming in at 1.
Now Gohar going deep. That will actually, I think, work to Ottawa's benefit. McGill having to go the full distance of the field, the full 70.
Not the worst scenario for the G's. Take a chance at the end zone. Either have a score or force McGill to use more time to try to score.
Now if they can score before the hard cap, they can get another point out. And then after that, if they score again, then we force Universe. And we saw Laval do that on the women's side, so it is possible. They went deep in past the hard cap time.
Yeah,
that's sort of the scenarios for you. Imbert and Podorowski were tangled up a little bit. McEwen. Pettit. Finds Imbert. A pick called by Gohar. And Pettit's going to go off with the injury, so curious to see who McGill decides to put in his stead. It'll be Tim Friesen. Victoria fans in the audience, which I know they're watching, are going to love that. One thing you got to say about the Victoria community, they really support their own.
They do. And you can even see it with a lot of people tuning into the live stream of the U-Vikes Instagram account looking for a good game in the semifinals. However, it didn't go the University of Victoria's way.
Inside shot to Peterson. This is, I've already said it before, but must score. It is now. O'Donnell looks off. Just going to jack this one up. McEwen trying to make a play. A lot of players in the area in Berube and Tremblay-La Rochelle.
An interesting shot that came up here, especially with the wind pushing down the disc. That's a really tough throw to reel in.
I think the stall count was rising. There was no, people weren't really, they have been resetting to the backfield, but in that situation, they were just trying to go upfield up the line. This is a very critical call right now. This is why you have the observers and some seasoned ones at that, and John Nelson, Linda Kudo out there. Certainly this discussion doesn't necessarily help McGill's cause. Ottawa has used one timeout. Or do I stand corrected on that? No timeouts from Ottawa so far.
So observer ruling in favor of no foul, so the GGs will be picking up the disc here.
There's the timeout.
There's the timeout we expected. Bit of a visionary, hey, are you, Theo?
So the positive thing with having observers is they will make this a true timeout and count down the time and not let it go and expand into further. So that is obviously one benefit of having Team Orange, amongst many other things, and that allows us to give thanks to all of Team Orange that's been here this weekend, as well as all the volunteers that have made their way to this tournament to make this experience happen for the student athletes.
Yeah, some volunteers coming in all the way from out west in Vancouver,
Okay.
Seattle. We've had some people.
Seattle?
Yeah, Seattle.
All
One
right.
of our observers is from there. Definitely thanking.
Oh,
her.
Crystal, yeah, Crystal. Play for BFG.
So thanking all the volunteers, making this such a special event. Really nice to see them give their time here.
I just want to see the double timeout. I want to see them throw one throw and then call the timeout again.
Honestly, I don't even want them to throw anything. Call it again.
If they did do that, I believe the time would probably run out and they would just get this last point, which would be 10-9 or 11-8. I'm just saying. Good thing they can't hear us right now.
McGill really taking their time to set up here, even when time is of the essence.
Of the essence, you're right. Time is money. Money is time. They are going to tap it in. Keeler going break side. Go Bay. Ross making sure. Big layout from McEwen.
You could have sold me a house with that fake.
Now Gohar with it. Ottawa can taste a title. It'll be their first in program history. High release over to Keeler.
I know you love your high releases.
Berube trying to get free, but Wu playing great defense. Another lefty again.
Such great understanding from these players playing together.
Gallant, gotta be patient here. Big backhand. What a throw from Gallant, finding STL for the score.
STL has to be the MVP of this finals. Already scoring multiple points, playing defense, and we have the horn signaling what, Theo?
Ottawa are champions for the first time in program history. They're celebrating. I'm gonna wonder if they're actually gonna play this point out. Wonder if the teams are gonna elect to choose the point. They're celebrating right now. So they are gonna play one more point here. And we'll see who McGill calls out on the field. Ottawa looking like they're going to go with some of their secondary pieces that maybe didn't get as much burn in the contest. Give them some love, which is nice to see, getting them a shot in the final.
We got BC native Mark Chow going out there. We have Charles Etienne Merizi, a new former junior in Ottawa. Caden Ireland, as aforementioned, Edouard Semillon Tesse. And I cannot see the others, but yes, a lot of new players.
Gurtha ran as well, a rookie on this team, also on the field, number 6. And you see the main players for Ottawa still cheering, imploring their team on here. You love to see that team camaraderie. And Ottawa, are they the center of Ultimate right now? I know you're from that city there, Brandon, but hey, women's title, open title, come on.
Hey, and we also saw in the seniors division this year at CUC, both sides going to Ottawa for the championship as well. So it must be.
McGill going with their normal offensive line here, so teams going with different tactics.
Going for the early shot here.
Peterson is in. That'll be of some consolation, but it is Ottawa who are your champions of the Open Division. First time in program history. Congratulations to you for the women, their first time since 2010. An Ottawa sweep here in Brampton, and some sweet revenge for Ottawa. Third last year, second 2 years ago. Now they're champions.
They've been chasing this for years and years, ever since they've been building up the program, finally getting into Div 1, now getting a medal, getting third, getting second, always chasing that extra one. And players are so happy as they give hugs to their coach, who's been there through it all, Luke Phelan.
Luke Phelan is a huge reason for their success, and of course other coaches as well. Habib Atala is part of this group. Also, there's been a lot of culture builders, like a Desmond Staples, who's really helped build that Ottawa program. You have some generational talent like Marty Galan on the team, that's going to help, but certainly team buying into the team concepts, and that U.S. experience also proving helpful as they ride their way to a title. Before we sign off, Brendan, I'll let you pick your Ottawa player of the game, and I'll do the same for McGill.
STL has to be the player of the game. Did it on both sides of the disc, locking up the top players like Wu, also scoring a plethora of goals, whether that's being on offense or D-line, then playing offense, has to go to him in my books.
For me, I liked what Dylan Wu brought to the team for McGill. He did play some defense as well, had some big throws, a couple assists on the stat sheet and a goal, and was a big part of this McGill side. For the seniors, it's a little bit of heartbreak, as it is for throughout the division. You often hear about the seniors playing their last game. This is their last chance. Some of them didn't even make it out of Friday. So even just to get to this point for both of these teams is great, and Ottawa will celebrate the title, coming all the way from the Friday qualifier to get to this spot. So congrats again to the GGs.
Definitely proven they deserved it.
For Brandon, Adibam, Theo Wan, want to thank everyone that helped us make this happen. Mika out here on the camera, Sarah, the comms manager, Sarah Eady. Where's Kat Fortan? She's somewhere. Thomas Stanton. Thank you all for tuning in. Until next year, we'll see you later.
Ottawa on top.